Laboratory Animal Welfare Policies and Best Practices, organized by the Committee for Control and Supervision of Experiments on Animals, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying. Yeah. We request all to kindly take their seats. The chief guest is arriving. And may I also request everyone to keep your mobile phones on silent mode during the proceeding of the inaugural session. We request all dignitaries and delegates to kindly take their seats as the program will commence shortly.
To formally commence this important national conference, I respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly proceed for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp that would be followed by the national song.
We shall now proceed with the felicitation of our distinguished guests as mark of respect and appreciation for their gracious presence. I would request Dr. Muthu Kumar Swami B., Joint Secretary, Animal Welfare and Chairman CCSEA, to present the memento and planter to our chief guest of the conference, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji, alias Shri Lalan Singh Ji, Honorable Union Minister, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Panchayati Raj. I would request, sir, to welcome the guest of honor, Professor S.P. Singh Baghel, Union Minister of State, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Panchayati Raj. I would request, sir, to welcome our guest of honor, Shri George Kurian, Honorable Union Minister of State, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Minority Affairs. Dr. Muthuswamy, sir, may also welcome the special guest, Shri Naresh Pal Gangwarji, Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. I would request, sir, to welcome the other dignitaries on the dais. Shri Ramashankar Sinha Ji, Additional Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. And Shri Navina B. Maheshwarappa, Animal Husbandry Commissioner. Thank you, sir.
It's now my privilege to invite Dr. Muthu Kumar Swami B., Joint Secretary, Animal Welfare and Chairman, CCSEA, to deliver the welcome address and set the context of today's program. Please, sir.
Good morning, all distinguished guests. Honorable Union Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Sri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji. Honorable Union Minister of State, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Sri S.P. Singh Baghel Ji. Honorable Union Minister of State of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Minority Affairs, Sri George Kurian Ji. Secretary DAST, Sri Naresh Pal Gangwar Ji. Additional Secretary DAST, Sri Ramashankar Sinha Ji. Animal Husbandry Commissioner, Dr. Navina B. Maheshwarappa Ji. Members of the scientific community, representatives from research institutions, pharmaceutical industries, academia, and all stakeholders present here today. It is indeed a privilege to extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. We are particularly honored by the presence of honorable ministers today. Your presence here, despite your incredibly busy schedule, speaks volumes about your commitment to this national conference on laboratory animal welfare. It gives me immense pleasure to address this gathering about the important role of Committee for Control and Supervision of Experiments on Animals, which stands as a cornerstone in India's framework for ethical and responsive scientific research. CCSEA, constituted under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1960, serves as an apex authority body responsible for regulating the use of animals in scientific research. Its core mandate is to ensure that animals are not subjected to unnecessary pain or suffering before, during, or after experimentation. The subject of animal welfare under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act was transferred to this ministry in 2019 from the Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change. Today, CCSEA forms an integral part of the regulatory framework supporting the development of the pharmaceutical industry and biomedical researchers in India. The committee performs a wide range of critical functions. These include the registration and renewal of establishments engaged in breeding animals and conducting experiments on animals, constitution and revision of Institutional Animal Ethics Committee or IAECs, renewal and reconstitution of IAECs every 3 years, and approval of animal house facilities for both small and large animals. CCSEA is also responsible for the examination and approval of research protocols involving animal experimentation, particularly the pre-scrutiny and approval of protocols involving large animals. The committee conducts inspections of establishments involved in research, breeding, and trading of laboratory animals. In addition, CCSEA organizes conferences, seminars, workshops, and nominee training programs to create awareness regarding laboratory animal welfare and ethics. It is promoting the globally accepted principles of replacement, reduction, and refinement, the commonly known as 3 Rs in the use of animals for experimentation. The committee also advises the government on matters relating to the welfare of animals used in its research institutions, pharmaceutical companies, and education institutions. It ensures implementation of the rules and guidelines framed under the Act and continuously works towards bringing more establishments housing laboratory animals under its regulatory ambit. Through these functions, CCSEA ensures that scientific progress remains aligned with humane and ethical standards. Animal experimentation continues to play a pivotal role in drug discovery and biomedical research. Biomedical products and medicines developed through research on animals have contributed immensely to prevent disease, cure illness, and extend longevity of not only human beings but also animals. Animals are used as preclinical models, highlighting the important contribution of regulated animal research in advancing healthcare and saving lives. At the same time, as India advances rapidly in biomedical and life sciences research, it becomes equally important to balance scientific innovation and ethical responsibility. The relevance of CCSEA lies in safeguarding animal welfare while enabling scientific innovation, ensuring the credibility and global acceptability of Indian research, promoting alternatives to animal use wherever feasible, and embedding ethical review mechanisms through IAECs at the institutional level. CCSEA reinforces a balanced approach to animal welfare and scientific integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, the functioning of CCA has undergone several significant reforms and strengthening measures since 2019. One of the key reforms has been streamlining of approvals, enabling faster and more structured review mechanisms for large animal research proposals. Clear timelines have also been introduced for various processes. Registration of establishments, constitution of IACs, and amendments in the registration are now processed within 7 working days. Similarly, renewal of registration, reconstitution or revision of IACs, and changes of nominees are processed within 3 working days. CCSEA meetings are now conducted in monthly basis to ensure timely decision on protocols involving large animals. The modification and strengthening of CCSEA website on online systems for registration, renewal, and submission of research protocols have significantly improved transparency and efficiency. The IAC framework has also been strengthened through improved scrutiny, regular reconstitution, and capacity building measures. Regular workshops, nominee trainings, and stakeholder engagement programs have increased awareness and strengthened implementation. Importantly, the coverage of CCSEA has expanded substantially. Friends, internationally, there is a common emphasis on ethical review mechanism, minimizing of animal use, and promotion of alternative methods. Across the globe, regulatory oversight of animal experimentation follows similar ethical frameworks. India, through CCSEA, aligns well with the global best practices and continues to strengthen its to harmonize Indian guidelines with international standards for lab animal welfare. In conclusion, CCSEA stands as a vital institution that balances scientific advancement with compassion. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone of the conference.
I would now invite Dr. Suresh Puthani, member CCSEA and former director in charge, National Institute for Preclinical Research, Hyderabad, to briefly apprise about the work and contributions of CCSEA. Dr. Puthani's association with CCSEA has been since its very inception in 1991, and he has immensely contributed to the laboratory animal welfare since his very early career. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Kripali. I'm very happy to see all of our honorable ministers, distinguished guests on the dais. Respected Honorable Union Minister, Chief Guest, Dr. Rajiv Rangan Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State, Sri S.P. Singh Bagalji, Honorable Union Minister of State, Sri George Kurian sir, and Secretary Ji, Sri Naresh Paul Gangwar Ji, Additional Secretary Sri Ram Shankar Singh Ji, respected Navina Maheshwar Ji, and respected Dr. Muthukumara Swami sir, distinguished guests, members of the CPCSA, and respected district delegates, institutional stalwarts, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my privilege to be here to make a presentation on our beloved institution, CPCSA, that has reformed the entire legislation and regulations in our country to upgrade the animal welfare and activities of the animal experimentation in our country. As you all know, India is one of the first countries to pass the National Law for Animal Welfare, the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act in 1960. And the CPCSA is the primary statutory body in India responsible for the balancing the needs of biomedical research with the ethical treatment of the animals. If you see the history of the CPCSA, its journey is from the pioneering legal framework to a rigorous modern regulatory body. The CPCSA was established in 1964 as a statutory body under the Chapter 4, Section 15 of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1960. And from 1964 to 1989, it was in the Food and Agriculture Ministry, and in 1968, the first set of rules and animal experimentation was enacted. Despite its early start and the committee struggled to gain the momentum, it was eventually dissolved and wound up in 1977. In 1989, implementation responsibility of PCA Act was given to Ministry of Environment and Forests, and in 1991, after 13 years of hiatus, the gap, and the committee was reconstituted again in February 8, 1991. There was again a subdued activity. And in 1996, the committee was reconstituted again with 15 members under the chairmanship of the Srimati Maneka Gandhiji. From 1997 to 2002, it was in the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and this was the most significant period where regulatory reforms of laboratory animal science in India was happened. The government notified a gazette on 15th December 1998 with the rules, breeding and experimentation on animals, control and supervision of 1998, introducing the mandatory registration of all animal facilities and ethical clearances were enacted. During this period, the CCSA conducted high-profile inspections, leading to significant reforms on how animals were housed and handled. In 2001, amendments were released to have restrictions on contract research. And in 2002 to 2019, it was transferred back to Ministry of Environment and Forest Climate Change. During this period, 2006 amendments were introduced, decentralized the delegates, the powers, and strengthened the process. If I may elaborate on this, the approval of research on small animals was the responsibility of shifted to the Institutional Animal Ethics Committee. Institutional, the approvals of the research involving the large animals, canine primates, and equines was retained by CCSEA under its control. Focus was develop modern principles, replacement, reduction, and refinement. Replacement, they particularly taken up the banning of dissection in schools and promoting digital alternatives. Reduction, ensuring only the minimum necessary members of the animals were used. Refinement is improving the living conditions and analgesia protocols to minimize the pain. And during the period, focus was on global standards, development of the SOPs and guidelines. In 2019, the Animal Welfare Division was shifted to the newly created Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, DAHD, in the Ministry of Fisheries and Animal Husbandry and Dairying. Since then, it is within us. During this period, committee developed and refined many of the forms and guidelines, especially keeping in view the requirement of the judicious animal experimentation and balancing the animal welfare. Further, during this period, the CCSEA also streamlined the preclinical regulatory approvals process in the time-bound manner. CCSEA operating with the primary mandate of ensuring the animals used in the research are not subjected to unnecessary pain and suffering. For the benefit of the members, I would briefly narrate the significant work of the CCSEA involving evaluation of the large animal protocols in subcommittee represent the critical pillar in India's biomedical research. It provided a vital support system for institutions, guiding them towards enhanced research, quality, and technical precisions. Evaluation and safeguarding the welfare of the animals is empowering institutions to produce high-impact science data. With the establishment of the centralized data monitoring system in the CCSEA office, New Delhi, India has taken up a big step towards a transparent and unified way of regulating the animal research. Previously, record keeping was fragmented and institutional specific. Now it is moved away from the paper-based submissions and the integration of the digital management with a single online portal, collection of the digitalized annual reports, meeting minutes, rodent study details, and large animal protocols. CCSA elevated the Indian medical standards and approving the traceability, accountability, and credibility, and gained more global recognition. It has also created the nationwide knowledge base center here with a macro level analysis for the benefit of the research trends and to analyze the utilization and the effective implementation of the 3R systems. CCSA has created the significant impact on the biomedical research in our country. Prior to rules in India, before enforcement of the CCSA protocols and forms, there were days researchers used to acquire animals randomly, and there were no defined genetically monitored or microbiologically monitored animals. With the introduction of the rules, implementation of the guidelines of the CCSA, and they made it mandatory for the institutions that are engaged in breeding, it was mandatory that they must have the laboratories for health and genetics. Now researchers can get quality animals. Many academic and private institutions maintain animal houses with inconsistent standards those days, and no uniform guidelines existed. The decisions were largely at the discretion of the individuals. Institutions also lacked proper infrastructural facilities for housing the caring of the animals. With the insistence of CCSA standards, modernization of animal facilities became necessary and leading to the establishment of the specialized institutions dedicated to high-quality preclinical research. During those years, researchers used wide variety of species without being guided by current principles of replacement, reduction, and refinement. As a result of quality of research in those days faced several technical and ethical hurdles, impacted the global standing of our Indian preclinical data. With the introduction of the CCSA guidelines, variability in the results has been minimized. An important activity mandated inspection of the facilities. Facilities maintained appropriate care standards, especially through the inspections of the knowledgeable members of the IAEC appointed by CCSEA, emphasized the proper housing, proper nutrition, proper environmental controls, provision of clean water systems, and species-specific diets, systematized those factors and that are essential for quality research and reproducibility of the experimental results. With adaptation of the 3 Rs, the biological variability and animal models has been reduced and maximized data relevance. Furthermore, the CCSEA mandated that all work to be carried out by the qualified, trained personnel, and that has significantly enhanced the quality and quantity of biomedical research in our country. Thank you very much for this, for patient hearing. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience and knowledge with us. I now have the honor of inviting our special guest, Shri Naresh Pal Gangwarji, Secretary, Animal Husbandry, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, to address the gathering.
सभी को नमस्कार। आज के कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि परम आदरणीय माननीय फिशरीज, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री एंड डेयरिंग मंत्री जी, कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित फिशरीज, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री, डेयरिंग के MOS साहिबान, मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी मधु कुमार जी, HC जी, आज के इस कार्यक्रम में विभिन्न भागों से आए हुए इंस्टीट्यूट्स के साइंटिस्ट, रिसर्चर्स, एकेडमिशियंस, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, इंडस्ट्रीज़ के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, लैब्स के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, मैं आज की इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे पर जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन लेबोरेटरी एनिमल वेलफेयर पॉलिसीज़ एंड प्रैक्टिस, बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस में आप सभी का स्वागत भी करता हूं। और मंत्रालय की ओर से जो इसमें व्यवस्था की गई उसके बारे में काफ़ी सारी जानकारी मुथु कुमार स्वामी जी ने अपने उद्बोधन में बताई। उसके बाद हमारे जो CCSEA के मेंबर हैं उन्होंने भी क्या क्या कार्य किए गए हैं, किस तरह से हम लोग इन दोनों विषयों को, एनिमल वेलफेयर को और रिसर्च के विषय को कैसे हम लोग हार्मोनाइज कर रहे हैं, उसके बारे में बताया। ये जो सब्जेक्ट है एनिमल वेलफेयर, ये 2019 से पहले विभिन्न विभागों में रहा, इसके बारे में भी जानकारी दी। और जब से हमारे यहाँ आया है, इसमें हम लोग ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो कमेटी ऑन कंट्रोल एंड सुपरविजन ऑफ एक्सपेरिमेंट ऑन एनिमल्स है, इसका मुख्य फोकस होना चाहिए कि स्टैंडर्ड्स डेवलप किए जाएं कि किस प्रकार से एनिमल का उपयोग रिसर्च, पर्टिकुलरली फार्मास्यूटिकल, न्यू वैक्सीन डेवलपमेंट, बायोमेडिकल्स में किस प्रकार से किया जाए, उसके क्या प्रोटोकॉल होने चाहिए, और फिर उन संबंधित रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूशन की जिम्मेदारी होनी चाहिए कि उन प्रोटोकॉल्स को फॉलो करते हुए इस काम को वो करें। और उसमें जो इंस्टीट्यूशन के स्तर पर जो कमिटीज़ बनी हुई हैं, जिनको हम लोग इंस्टीट्यूशनल एनिमल वेलफेयर कमिटीज़ कहते हैं, उनका रोल बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है, क्योंकि वहाँ पर उन लोगों को इन प्रोटोकॉल्स की पालना कराना बहुत ज़रूरी है। पिछले कुछ समय में पूरी की पूरी CCSEA की जो अप्रूवल की व्यवस्था है उसका डिजिटलाइजेशन किया गया। पोर्टल है जिसके माध्यम से करते हैं, पहले ये फिजिकली होता था। और ये देखने वाली बात है कि करीब 1722 इंस्टीट्यूशन जो इस पर रजिस्टर्ड है, उनको कुछ अप्रूवल्स तो अब इंस्टीट्यूशन कमेटी को ही डेलीगेट कर दिए गए हैं उसमें, और कुछ अभी भी अप्रूवल्स जो है वो केंद्रीय स्तर पर एक समिति के द्वारा दी जाते हैं। तो इतने बड़े देश में एक समिति के द्वारा अप्रूवल दिए जाने की व्यवस्था है, उसमें काफ़ी सारा डेलीगेशन हो गया है। आज जो हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे, सभी रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट के लोग आए हुए हैं, वो जो अभी व्यवस्था है उसके बारे में अपनी बताएंगे कि किस तरह से डिफ़िकल्टीज़ आती हैं या और उसमें क्या सुधार किया जा सकता है और क्या इसमें फर्दर डेलीगेशन किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि सेंट्रली बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में कार्य का केंद्रीकरण करना भी उतना उचित नहीं है। तो अभी हम लोग प्रथम फेज़ में जो हम लोगों ने रिफॉर्म्स किए थे उसके बाद की व्यवस्था को देख रहे हैं, और अभी सेकंड फेज़ ऑफ रिफॉर्म्स की हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। तो ये बहुत ही अप्रोप्रिएट समय है इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को करने का, क्योंकि जो आप लोगों की फीडबैक आएगी उस पर हम लोग विचार विमर्श करके नेक्स्ट फेज़ ऑफ रिफॉर्म्स इसमें करेंगे। जो सेसा के रूल्स हैं वो भी हम लोग पूरी तरह से अंडर रिव्यू हैं, और आप लोगों के फीडबैक के आधार पे और अन्य जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हमको बताएंगे उसके आधार पे हम लोग इसको इसमें काम करके नए रूल्स लाएंगे और फर्दर इस व्यवस्था को हम लोग और स्ट्रेंथन करेंगे। और जो दोनों कंसर्न्स हैं, एक तो एनिमल वेलफेयर्स को कैसे सुनिश्चित किया जाए एक्सपेरिमेंट के दौरान, और एक्सपेरिमेंट की भी क्योंकि बहुत ज़रूरत है, हमारी एक डेवलपिंग इकोनॉमीज़ है, बहुत फास्ट हम लोग डेवलप कर रहे हैं, और जैसे जैसे हम इकोनॉमीज़ डेवलप होती हैं उसके साथ बहुत सारे ह्यूमन चैलेंजेस भी आ रहे हैं, पर्टिकुलरली हेल्थ रिलेटेड चैलेंज, और उसमें बहुत ज़रूरी है कि वो रिसर्च भी उसको भी हम द्रुत गति से संपादित कर सकें। तो इन दोनों को हार्मोनाइज़ करते हुए नई हम लोग रिफॉर्म्स करके नए रूल्स लेके आएंगे, और फर्दर रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट अपना कार्य अच्छे से कर सकें उसको हम लोग उसमें इंश्योर करेंगे। मैं इस अवसर पर आप सभी से अपेक्षा करता हूं कि अभी जो इसके बाद कुछ आफ्टरनून में सेशंस होंगे उसमें हम लोग दो मुख्य तरह चीज़ों पे बात करें कि जो हमारे प्रोटोकॉल्स ऑलरेडी हैं वैसे तो इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड से अलाइंड हैं, उन प्रोटोकॉल्स को हम कैसे और बेहतर बना सकते हैं ताकि ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस भी हो, ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग रिसर्च भी सुनिश्चित हो, और साथ ही एनिमल वेलफेयर का एंगल भी उसमें सुनिश्चित हो जाए। एक तो उस पर हम आप लोग सुझाव देंगे तो हमको आके जाके उसको सुधारने में और मदद मिलेगी, और दूसरा जो अभी रेगुलेटरी रेजीम है उसमें जो अप्रूवल्स की व्यवस्था है, क्या उसमें और कोई डेलीगेशंस किए जा सकते हैं उसके बारे में आप लोग सुझाव देंगे तो हम लोग अपने जो आने वाले नए रूल्स हैं उसमें उसको विल ट्राई टू बिल्ड दैट इनटू दैट। मैं सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, माननीय मंत्री महोदय को भी, सभी मंत्रीगण को और सभी स्टेज पर उपस्थित सभी लोगों को कि आप लोगों ने इस कार्यक्रम में सम्मिलित हुए, और आशा करता हूँ कि इसकी जो आउटकम आएगी वो फर्दर इस देश में एनिमल वेलफेयर के रेगुलेटरी एनवायरनमेंट को इम्प्रूव करने में, सुदृढ़ करने में और रिसर्च को सुदृढ़ करने में हमारे लिए मददगार सिद्ध होगी। थैंक यू।
Thank you for your kind words, sir. We are privileged to have with us Shri George Kurian Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India. I would now request Honorable Sir to kindly address the gathering. Please, sir.
Honorable Cabinet Minister Rajiv Ranjan ji, Professor S.P. Singh Baghel ji, Sri Naresh Paul Gangwar ji, Sri Ramashankar Sinha ji, Dr. Muthuswamy ji, Dr. Suresh Potani ji, Dr. Navina B. Maheshwarappa, dignitaries, scientists, sisters and brothers. Because it is, the subject is on experiment on animals. The speeches will be monotonous because it is all same. All people are speaking the same thing. Then I want to deviate from it. My first experience was this when I was studying for pre-degree, that is +2. There were experiments on frog and cockroaches. They were live. Then some students protested that it should not be done. It should not be done. Then only I got the idea that the feeling is there. Because in India, as per the geological needs and faith and utility, we love animals. Because nowadays, people love, I think, pets more. And I want to fulfill the other side. Because they love much these pets. I have one experience when I have taken over as this minister. In Cochin airport, the officials has given one representation. That was for this pet quarantine. It was in July 2024. Because they were telling that they were trying for this one since 1991 when the airport was inaugurated. Our Additional Secretary Varsha Joshiji, within 3 months, he inaugurated that, he initiated that and done everything. And we started that quarantine center. Now also, people are very grateful to say that, because carrying the pets from abroad and taking to abroad, they are the feeling and that sensitivity, we can see that. Then we come to the experiment. Only experiment it is referred to. That is why I mentioned the first experiments. And I felt it. How far or in the intensity we can use it. Because as per our faith and in India's ethos, it is Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. That means it is a family. This world is a family, and each and every creature, human being and animals and plants, has its own duty and purpose. That is India's that philosophy is that. Based on that, we can go ahead. And in this ministry, we are trying to do that. And incidentally, today is the Technology Day. Technology Day because it was declared in 1998 on 11th May after that successful Operation Shakti. But here also, the technology, how far we can use on the animals, technology, and technological experiment and technology, and the extent to which it can be experimented. Nowadays, when Supreme Court verdict came, euthanasia, the experiment of this medical science on human being, how far, how much? That also is, I think we are discussing. And I don't say about that. And this is the thing, I think, about discuss and find out. That is why replacement, reduction, and refinement, etc. is there. And under our Minister Rajiv Ranjanji Lalan Singhji, a dynamic movement in this ministry is happening. In this field also, I expect and I wish all success for this seminar, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind words, sir. I now respectfully invite Professor S.P. Singh Baghel, Honorable Minister of State for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, to address the gathering. Please, sir.
इस महत्वपूर्ण परिचर्चा के मंच पर विराजमान भारत सरकार के माननीय कैबिनेट मंत्री श्री राजीव रंजन सिंह जी, मिनिस्टर ऑफ फिशरी, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री, डेयरी एंड पंचायती राज, हमारे मित्र और सहयोगी जॉर्ज कुरियन साहब, इस विभाग के माननीय सचिव श्री नरेश पाल गंगवार जी, श्री रमाशंकर सिन्हा जी अपर सचिव, डॉक्टर मुथुस्वामी जी संयुक्त सचिव, श्री नवीन बी महेश्वरप्पा जी कमिश्नर, member of CCSEA and Animal Welfare Board of India, सभी वैज्ञानिक, शोधकर्ता, उद्योग जगत के लोग, केंद्र और राज्य सरकार, केंद्र शासित प्रदेश के सभी अधिकारी, देवियों एवं सज्जनों, मेरे से पूर्व वक्ताओं ने इस समिति के गठन, उसके कर्तव्य, उसकी उपयोगिता, मानवता को के प्रति अपेक्षा बड़ा दुधारू तलवार विषय है ये। पूरे सेमिनार का शीर्षक अगर मुझे लिखने का मौका मिले तो एक शेर है कि तेरा पर्दा भी रह जाए हमें दीदार भी हो जाए। पशुओं के, पक्षियों के, रेप्टाइल्स के, उन पर पीड़ा ना हो, उत्पीड़न ना हो, व्यथा ना हो, क्रूरता ना हो, और जो हम हासिल करना चाहते हैं वो हासिल भी हो जाए। एक और शीर्षक लिखने का मन है कि खुशबू को बहुत गरूर है अपने महकने पर, मुमकिन नहीं ये हवा से रिश्ता किए बगैर। तो जो आप चाह रहे हैं, जिसके लिए एक कमेटी बनी है, वो जिन पर प्रयोग हो रहे हैं उनसे रिश्ता किए बगैर निष्कर्ष नहीं निकल सकता। ऊपर से भारत करुणा, दया, मानवता, बुद्ध का देश, महावीर का देश, नानक का देश, गांधी का देश। दर्शन हमेशा भारत का याद रखना पड़ता है कि सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, may all be happy, may all be free from disease। उन्होंने लिखा ही नहीं है परिवार भवन्तु सुखिनः, पप्पू भवन्तु सुखिनः, पत्नी भवन्तु सुखिनः। जंतु विज्ञान के जितने विषय हैं, बल्कि वनस्पति के भी, चाहे ब्रायोफाइटा हो, टेरिडोफाइटा हो, जिम्नोस्पर्म हो, एल्गी फंजाई हो, नदी हो, पहाड़ हो, वनस्पति हो, सबको सुखी रखने की एक कल्पना करने वाला देश है। टेक्निकल सेशन वाले अपनी बात कहेंगे, हम तो आशय की बात करेंगे कि शिव परिवार को एक बार याद रखिएगा। जो इंटॉलरेंस की बात भारत के लिए कहते हैं, उनको समझना चाहिए। एक दूसरे के प्रिय भोजन होने के बावजूद एक दूसरे को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा रहे हैं। शिव जी के गले का सांप गणेश जी के वाहन चूहे को नहीं खा रहा है। कार्तिकेय जी का मोर शंकर जी के गले के बासुकीनाथ को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा रहा है। माँ दुर्गा का वाहन शेर शंकर जी के वाहन नंदी को खरोंच नहीं मार रहा है। ये दर्शन हमें हमेशा याद रहता है। जैसा बताया गया, वसुधैव कुटुंबक, दिस इज माइन, दिस इज योर्स, thinks the narrow-minded people. The broad-minded thinks the whole world is a family. तो ये सब को भी ध्यान में रखना है। कई बार बड़ा अजीब सा भी लगता है। पुलिस की नौकरी की ये अनुभव है कि मानव अधिकार के भी संरक्षण रहे और डकैती भी खुल जाए। ह्यूमन राइट्स का पूरा पालन हो और माल की रिकवरी भी हो जाए, मान्यवर श्रीमन कह के बदमाशों से पूछने पर। तब बड़ा अजीब सा लगता है कि किस रास्ते पे चलें। ह्यूमन राइट्स के रास्ते पे चलें, केस वर्कआउट नहीं हो पा रहे हैं। ह्यूमन राइट्स दिमाग में रहे तो रिकवरी नहीं हो पाती है। तो ये सब बातें हमें ध्यान में रखते हुए इस पे चलना है। निष्कर्ष यही है कि आज के इस वैचारिक मंथन से जरूर कोई ना कोई अमृत निकलेगा, जिसमें लैब एनिमल्स का भी ध्यान रखा जाएगा और भविष्य में कोई महामारी ना आए उसको भी रोका जाए। प्रिवेंशन इज ऑलवेज बेटर देन क्योर। तो भारत में होने वाला प्रत्येक अनुसंधान उच्चतम वैश्विक नैतिक मानकों के अनुरूप हो, उसका लाभ मानवता, विज्ञान, समाज और तीनों में व्याप्त हो। शोधकर्ता, वैज्ञानिक, दवा उद्योग, अन्य सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स से आग्रह है कि इस राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन में अपने अनुभव, चुनौतियां, सुझाव खुलकर साझा करें, ताकि भारत का रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क और अधिक प्रभावी, व्यवहारिक और ह्यूमन बनाया जा सके। प्रयोग करते समय क्या महसूस करते होंगे जंतु? बिना क्रूरता किए, बिना हिंसा किए, बिना डांटे। 4-5 दिन पहले मेरे घर में एक छोटा पप्पी आया, गोल्डन रिट्रीवर। पुराना वाला जुल्फी डिप्रेशन में चला गया है, जबकि ना उसको मारा गया, पीटा गया, केवल अटेंशन कम हुई है। अब सोचिए आप पर कितनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है कि अटेंशन कम होने पर वो आजकल डिप्रेशन में। तो जब प्रयोग करते हुए क्या उन पर गुजरती होगी वो बेहतर आप जाने। मैं इस सेमिनार की सफलता की कामना करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to an important milestone of CCSEA. We shall now witness the inauguration of Modified Online Research Portal, an important digital initiative towards improving efficiency, transparency, and regulatory compliance in research. The modified portal of large animal research protocols will enable quick processing and follow-ups of the large animal research protocols, which will positively impact the stakeholder communication. The portal will also allow thorough scrutiny of the protocols by the members in a stipulated timeline of CCSEA, thereby promoting ease of doing business without compromising the laboratory animal welfare and enabling legitimate research in the country. May I please request our chief guest, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji, Honorable Union Minister, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Panchayati Raj, to inaugurate the modified online research protocol portal. Thank you, sir. It is my honor to invite Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji, Honorable Union Minister, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, to address the audience.
मेरे साथी और सहयोगी प्रोफेसर SP सिंह बघेल साहब, जो मंत्रालय में हमारे सहयोगी माननीय राज्य मंत्री हैं, जॉर्ज कुरियन साहब, वो भी हमारे साथी और सहयोगी हैं और राज्य मंत्री हैं, पशुपालन एवं डेयरी मंत्रालय के सचिव श्री नरेश पाल गंगवार जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी श्री रमाशंकर सिन्हा जी, डॉक्टर नवीना जी जो एनिमल हस्बेंड्री कमिश्नर हैं, और मुथु स्वामी जी जो जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी हैं और इस विषय को देखते हैं, एनिमल वेलफेयर बोर्ड और इस सम्मेलन में उपस्थित सभी सम्मानित वैज्ञानिकगण, शोधकर्तागण, फार्मा कंपनीज के प्रतिनिधिगण और अन्य सभी महानुभाव। आज का विषय एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण विषय है, पशुओं पर प्रयोग करना भी आवश्यक है, लेकिन उनको जितना ज़्यादा कम से कम पीड़ा हो उस प्रयोग के फलस्वरूप, उस पर भी चिंतन की आवश्यकता है। क्योंकि पशु ऐसे हैं, हमको तो अगर कोई पीड़ा हो, दर्द हो, कोई इंजेक्शन भी देता है, और अगर अच्छे से इंजेक्शन नहीं देता है तो पीड़ा होती हम प्रकट करते हैं तुरंत। पशु एक ऐसा जंतु है जो अपनी पीड़ा को प्रकट नहीं कर सकता। हाँ, कभी कभी आप देखेंगे कि पशुओं को अगर अंदर बहुत पीड़ा होती है तो प्रकट नहीं कर सकता, लेकिन उसकी आंख से आंसू निकल जाता है। तो हम लोगों को इस पर विशेष तौर पर चिंतन करने की आवश्यकता है कि उस प्रयोग पर, पशुओं से पर प्रयोग करना भी आवश्यक है, लेकिन उस प्रयोग का प्रतिफल उसको कम से कम पीड़ा हो, उसको कम से कम हम कष्ट दे सकें, ये हमारा उद्देश्य होना चाहिए। और हम समझते हैं कि आज का जो ये सम्मेलन है वो इस विषय पर गंभीरता से सोचेगा और समुद्र मंथन से कोई अमृत जरूर निकलेगा, जो हमारे पशुओं को, जो बोल नहीं सकते हैं, हंस नहीं सकते हैं, अपनी भावना प्रकट नहीं कर सकते हैं, उनके लिए अमृत के रूप में निकलेगा और उनको कम से कम कष्ट हो सके। पशुओं पर प्रयोग और जो पर्यवेक्षण है, इस समिति का गठन एनिमल क्रूएल्टी एक्ट के तहत हुआ है और इसका उद्देश्य भी यही है कि हम परीक्षण के समय, प्रयोग के समय या उसके बाद हम पशुओं को कम से कम तकलीफ हो सके, इसका उद्देश्य भी वही है। इनका मुख्य कार्य है, जो CCSEA है, मुख्य कार्य इनका है कि विश्वविद्यालय, जो एनिमल यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं, जो एनिमल हस्बेंड्री हॉस्पिटल्स, मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हैं, हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, तथा जो रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं, का पशु गृह कहाँ कैसा सुविधा उनको दी जा रही है, उसका निरीक्षण, उसका पंजीकरण एवं उस पर नियंत्रण रखना इसका काम है। हमारा देश, आप सबको मालूम है कि हमारा देश एक फार्मास्यूटिकल शक्ति के रूप में उभर रहा है पूरी दुनिया में, और इसमें आप सबों का सहयोग है। आप सबों के सहयोग के कारण ही हमारा देश आज पूरी दुनिया में फार्मास्यूटिकल शक्ति के रूप में उभरा है। 2025-26 में हमारा जो एक्सपोर्ट है फार्मास्यूटिकल सेक्टर का, वो लोग 2,10,000 करोड़ से ज़्यादा पहुंच चुका है, और ये सब आप सबों का मेहनत का परिणाम है। हम जैविक दवाइयाँ, फॉर्मुलेशन तथा वैक्सीन, ये सभी चीज़ें शामिल हैं जो आप बनाते हैं, आप रिसर्च करते हैं, आपके उस आउटकम के आधार पर सबसे ज़्यादा असरदार वैक्सीन का निर्माण होता है, जेनेरिक मेडिसिन्स का निर्माण होता है। तो इन सबों में आप सबों का योगदान है, और आप सब आज बैठ के यहाँ चिंतन करने के लिए उपस्थित हैं। आज दुनिया में भारत, इंडिया, हमारा देश जेनेरिक मेडिसिन्स में सबसे बड़ा एक्सपोर्टर्स है। लगभग 20% हम पूरे वर्ल्ड का जो जेनेरिक मेडिसिन्स का जो बाजार है उसमें 20% का योगदान हमारा देश दे रहा है। तो आप समझिए, उससे कल्पना कीजिए कि कितना बड़ा हमारा पूरी दुनिया में हमारी हिस्सेदारी है। यहाँ हमारे देश में भारत अनुबंध और अनुसंधान, रिसर्च, इन दोनों में एक वैश्विक केंद्र बन चुका है। पूरी दुनिया का एक केंद्र है। पूरी दुनिया हमारे यहाँ देखती है। हमारे देश में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी नए नए इनोवेशंस पर जोर डालते हैं, जिसको नवाचार कहते हैं। तो नवाचार एवं दवा की खोज के लिए हमारा देश आज पूरे दुनिया में जाना जाता है और एक रणनीतिक केंद्र बन चुका है। हम पूरे दुनिया को दिशा दिखा रहे हैं और आज आप सभी यहाँ आए हैं, आप सभी उस पर विचार करेंगे। हमारा जो अनुबंध है, जो हमारा रिसर्च है, वो आज हम पूरे दुनिया में, विश्व में 8 अरब डॉलर US डॉलर का हमारा हो चुका है। 10 से 12% का ग्रोथ हम प्रति वर्ष कर रहे हैं। तो ये सब आप सभी जो यहाँ साइंटिस्ट हैं, जो रिसर्चर्स हैं, जो लैब से जुड़े लोग हैं, उन सबों का इसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। आज हमारा देश फार्मा और बायोटेक कंपनियों के महत्वपूर्ण साझेदार के रूप में पूरे दुनिया में उभरा है। ये सब आपके सहयोग का, आपका है। आप सबको याद है, कोविड-19 के दौरान हमारे देश के वैज्ञानिकों ने, हमारे देश के रिसर्चर्स ने, जब पूरे दुनिया में हाहाकार मचा था, पूरे विश्व में हाहाकार मचा था, और हमारे देश में उसकी का जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर था कोविड से लड़ने का, वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 15 से 20% की उपलब्धता थी। और हमारे साइंटिस्ट ने, हमारे रिसर्चर्स ने, हमारे फार्मास्यूटिकल्स कंपनियों ने रिसर्च करके एक समय सीमा के अंदर, टाइम बाउंड प्रोग्राम के अंदर वैक्सीन का निर्माण किया, और उस वैक्सीन ने हमारे देश के लाखों लोगों की सिर्फ जान नहीं बचाई, बल्कि हमने 150 से ज़्यादा देशों में, पूरे विश्व में वैक्सीन सप्लाई करने का काम किया। तो ये हमारे जो साइंटिस्ट हैं, जो हमारे रिसर्चर्स हैं, जो हमारे फार्मास्यूटिकल्स कंपनियां हैं, उनका योगदान रहा। तो हम सबको आज ये बैठकर सोच करने की जरूरत है। भारत सरकार की जो प्रमोशन ऑफ रिसर्च एंड इनोवेशन इन फार्मा मेडिकल टेक्नोलॉजी है, वह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मानकों के अनुरूप पूरी नियमावली के स्ट्रक्चर को मजबूती प्रदान कर रहा है। तो हम सबको आज इस बात को देखने की जरूरत है। वैक्सीन, हमारे पशुओं पर भी वैक्सीन का, FMD का वैक्सीन है। FMD हमारे लिए आज फुट एंड माउथ डिजीज जो है, हमारे लिए अगर आज पूछें तो हमारे लिए एक अभिशाप बना है। विश्व में दूध उत्पादन में सबसे नंबर 1 स्थान पर है, पहले स्थान पर है, लेकिन हम एक्सपोर्ट नहीं कर पा रहे। उसका कारण है कि हमारे देश में FMD की भी वैक्सीनेशन का काम है। ये रामाशंकर सिन्हा साहब हैं, ये उस वैक्सीनेशन को देखते हैं। हम लोग वैक्सीनेशन को भी स्ट्रीमलाइन करने का भरसक प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हम लोग उस वैक्सीनेशन को भी स्ट्रीमलाइन कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव वैक्सीन का निर्माण भी आप ही को करना है, आप सभी रिसर्चर्स को करना है, आप सभी साइंटिस्ट को उस पर रिसर्च करना है, आप सभी लेबोरेटरीज को उस पर रिसर्च करके ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव वैक्सीन्स के निर्माण की आवश्यकता है। तो हम आप सबसे आज कहेंगे कि इसको करिए। अभी सेक्रेटरी साहब बता रहे थे CCSEA जो है उसके तहत 1722 रजिस्ट्रेशन हो चुके हैं। अब CCSEA का में मुख्य काम ही यही है। हम लोगों ने CCSEA के वर्किंग को बहुत सारा स्ट्रीमलाइन किया है और आगे भी उसको हम लोग स्ट्रीमलाइन करेंगे। आप सबों से भी आग्रह है कि आज आप जब टेक्निकल सेशन में बैठे तो टेक्निकल सेशन में बैठ के और क्या क्या सुधार किया जा सकता है, स्टेक होल्डर से भी कंसल्ट करें और स्टेक होल्डर्स से भी कंसल्ट करके इसको और कितना इफेक्टिव बनाया जा सकता है और कितना इसमें सुधार किया जा सकता है, उस पर आप सबों का परामर्श और सुझाव सरकार के लिए बहुत आगे बढ़ने के रास्ता को दिखाने का काम करें। तो इसलिए आज हम आपसे बैठ के यह भी आग्रह करेंगे कि जब टेक्निकल सेशन में आप बैठें तो टेक्निकल सेशन में बैठ के इस बात पर भी चर्चा करें कि हम इसमें और क्या क्या सुधार कर सकते हैं। जो आज हम लोगों ने सुधार किया है वो सब आपके सामने है। हम लोगों ने अनुमोदन जो अप्रूवल का प्रोसेस है उसका जितना सिंपल उसको किया जा सकता है उतना हम लोगों ने उसकी सिंप्लिसिटी पर ध्यान केंद्रित किया है। हम लोगों ने CCSEA को समय सीमा के अंदर निर्धारित किया है कि इस समय सीमा के अंदर आपको करना है। जो रजिस्ट्रेशन और रिन्यूअल का प्रोसेस है उसके लिए हम लोगों ने कहा है कि 7 दिन के अंदर आपको उसको डिस्पोजल करना है। हम लोगों ने सारा पोर्टल ऑनलाइन कर दिया है, अब ऑनलाइन सब कुछ हो रहा है। तो इसलिए इसमें जितना हम लोगों ने प्रशिक्षण ट्रेनिंग का प्रोग्राम भी और अवेयरनेस, सबसे ज़्यादा है ट्रेनिंग और अवेयरनेस का प्रोग्राम चला, उसको भी हम लोगों ने CCSEA के मैंडेट में दिया है कि आप प्रशिक्षण और जागरूकता जितना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फैला सकें वो फैलाएं। तो इसलिए और इसमें CCSEA के वर्किंग में और क्या क्या सुधार की आवश्यकता है, इस पर हम आपसे चाहेंगे कि आप आज के इस करें और मुथु स्वामी जी उन सबको हम लोगों के सामने लाएंगे और सरकार को उस पर जो भी करना होगा, सरकार पूरी तौर पर प्रतिबद्ध है इस बात को करने के लिए। इसलिए कि हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री का यह मानना है कि जितना से ज़्यादा आप नवाचार और इनोवेशंस को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, जितना आप सिंप्लिसिटी प्रोसेस को, रिफॉर्म्स को तेज़ी से लागू करेंगे, उतना ही सुधार तेज गति से होगा। तो इसलिए आप सबसे हम आग्रह करेंगे, विनम्र आग्रह करेंगे कि आप सब जो टेक्निकल सेशन है उस टेक्निकल सेशन में सरकार को इस दिशा में और क्या क्या काम करना चाहिए, सरकार इस दिशा में और क्या क्या आपको सहयोग कर सकती है, उन सब पर आप अपने विचार प्रकट करें और उस पर हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे। कई निर्देश मैंने दिया है उनको CCSEA को, और भी जो निर्देश देने की ज़रूरत होगी उसको भी हम लोग उसको लागू करने का काम करेंगे। तो इसलिए आज मुख्य तौर पर इस टेक्निकल सेशन में आप सभी साइंटिस्ट हैं, कोई बहुत भाषण देने की ज़रूरत इसमें नहीं है। ये बहुत ही टेक्निकल सब्जेक्ट और टेक्निकल सब्जेक्ट है, इसलिए टेक्निकलिटी पर ही बात हो। लेकिन हम सबों का ये कंसर्न है कि जो बोल नहीं सकता है, अपने दुख को प्रकट नहीं कर सकता है, उसको कम से कम दुख हम लोग दें, ताकि ऊपर जो है ईश्वर है वह भी देखता है कि हम लोग कितनी ईमानदारी और निष्ठा के साथ उस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और यही आग्रह हम आपसे करके और फिर से हम आपसे आग्रह करेंगे कि आप अपने सुझाव, सरकार इस दिशा में क्या क्या और कर सकती है उस दिशा में आप सुझाव दें। आप सबों को का स्वागत है और मैं इस सम्मेलन की पूरी सफलता की कामना करता हूं और इस कामना के साथ मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं।
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. S.K. Datta, Joint Commissioner and Member Secretary, CCSEA, who has played a significant role in streamlining the process of regulatory compliance and approvals in CCSEA, ensuring animal welfare, to deliver the vote of thanks for today. Please, sir.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks in this inaugural session. We have with us beloved Honorable Minister Sri Rajiv Ranjan Singh ji, whose guidance he has given directions, and we will of course assure that we will discuss in this seminar in detail, and we will present the outcome of this seminar. Thank you very much, sir, for being a part of this national conference. For the first times we are organizing this seminar after subject being transferred to this ministry. And I also thank Sir Dr. Professor S.P. Singh Baghel Sahab, who is very compassionate person, and always we are here we listen to him. So we feel proud this such a compassionate person, and we amongst us in the scientific community. Thank you very much for being here, sir. And we also grateful to our Honorable Minister of States, George Kurian, sir, for his valuable remarks for this seminar. Sir, we are here for all academicians, laboratory scientists, great scientists, and laboratory animal scientists, specialized person here. All came here from across the country, from Assam to Chennai. They have all come within such a short notice. We are grateful to be here. We have here our senior officials, Dr. Ramashankar Sinha sir, additional secretary of our department, and advisor statistics. We have Director General of ICAR, Dr. Bhatta sir, and all distinguished delegates who are all instrumental, and our team, CCSEA members, and AWBI members, AWBI secretary, and we have wonderful AWBI team who have done this seminar success, because it's not a single person or group of 4 or 5 persons job. We all thankful to these organizing committees here, and now we are grateful for here for collecting, and we will deliberate in the next session. So thank you very much. Now we will stand for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
We would now conclude the inaugural session. Lunch is being served at the designated dining area. I request guests on the right-hand side to kindly join at foyer 1 at the first floor, and guests on the left-hand side to join on the ground floor.
I would request everybody to please reassemble in the August House by 2 p.m.
to be the chair and co-chair of this lecture. Dr. Arvind English, sir, is a member CCSEA, and he is the scientific officer H and is in charge of laboratory facility at TRAC, Mumbai. And Ms. Felicitation, ma'am, is the dean. Dean School of Engineering. Technology. Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, Dr. H.S. Gaur University, H.S. Gaur Vishwavidyalaya. So we'll be starting with the technical session now. Request all the members to kindly take their seats. Yes. So we'll start with the
All the volunteers are requested to kindly navigate all the guests to get inside the hall as soon as possible. We will be starting our technical sessions very shortly.
So we will start the technical session with the felicitation of our Joint Secretary Animal Welfare and Chairman CCSEA, Dr. Muthu Kumar Sami B. Dr. Datta sir, Dr. S.K. Datta sir, may please felicitate our Chairman sir with the planter and the gift. Yes, sir, please come. Dr. Datta may please present memento and planter to our Chairman, sir, CCSEA. I would request Dr. S.K. Datta sir, Member Secretary CCSEA, to kindly present the memento and planter to Dr. Suresh Pothani sir. Now I would request Dr. Vivek Tyagi, Senior Consultant CCSEA, to kindly present the memento to Dr. Datta sir as a token of felicitation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We will now be starting our technical session, and for the first session, the theme of the technical session is policies and best practices of research on animal and their welfare. For the first session, I would like to call Dr. Arvind Ingle sir, Member CCSEA, and Scientific Officer H, an Officer in Charge Laboratory Animal Facility at ACTRAC, Mumbai, to chair the session, and Dr. Asmita Gajbie, Member CCSEA and Dean School of Engineering and Technology, Dr. H.S. Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, Sagar, to co-chair the session. So the first So for the first lecture, I'd like to call upon Dr. S.G. Ramachandra, Chief Research Scientist at IISc Bangalore, who has been in the field of laboratory animal science for the last 35 years. Dr. Ramachandra, sir, has been a pioneer in the field of laboratory animal sciences and has published over hundreds of research papers. He was the first director of NARF-BR, now known as National Institute for Preclinical Research, and he was the founder president of Laboratory Animal Science Association for 9 years. Sir is also our member secretary CCSEA, and Sir has been a pioneer in framing a lot of guidelines of CCSEA. So over to you, sir. The topic for Sir is, it focuses on practical approaches to ensuring regulatory compliance and implementation of CCSEA guidelines in research facilities. Over to you, sir. Yes, sir.
Give that.
So you can start your
Yes, sir.
presentation. They are doing it from there. They're bringing the slide
Okay.
changer.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. First of all, my sincere thanks to the chairman CCSEA, Dr. Muthukumar Swamy, and Dr. S.K. Datta, member secretary, for inviting me to address this August gathering. So today I'm going to speak about the implementation of these guidelines, CCSEA guidelines, what we have. So I think most of you are on either side of the IAEC, either a member of IAEC or a nominee of CCSEA. I think you all know the guidelines, I think, probably. So which I'm going to just discuss about these things in a nutshell. So what are the recent amendments, what has happened, and who has to implement these guidelines, how to monitor these things, because a lot of changes are happening over the years, and sometimes we see a lot of nominees or in establishment are not aware of these changes. So still they are following only the old guidelines. So that's sometimes causing some issues in effective implementation of these guidelines. So I'm going to discuss those things, probably if they start slideshow. So I think you are aware, India is doing a lot of work in preclinical research. I think I'm talking in terms of GLP studies. Last year, India has generated around 10,000 crores by preclinical studies. So this involves both in vivo and in vitro studies, in vivo studies using animals. I'm talking only about the GLP studies. So that is a kind of contribution from the animal field for India. So that's why we have to be extra cautious when we are doing experiments on animals and the quality of animals, health of the animals, because the data, whatever we are generating using these animals, goes worldwide to various regulatory agencies like US FDA, MHRA, PMDA, Japan, so many countries. There are 36 OECD member countries, and other than that also, there are many receiving agencies or authorities are there. So they do receive all this data generated from India, and hence we have to be extra cautious, because if you get any bad name, or if they suspect our quality of animals, then certainly it's going to give a big dent on our industry also. So that's why we have a key responsibility in monitoring the health and how the experimentation. We have robust guidelines, but we have to monitor it properly. So whether these guidelines are properly implemented or not, it is the responsibility of the CCSA nominees. So I think so if they start, then I can, good. So, You have slide changer? They'll do it. Okay, fine. I think so. All of you are aware. So we have two important components. One is members of the establishment in the committee. So there are biological scientists from different biological disciplines, and veterinarian and scientists. They are from the establishment side. So from the CCSEA side, we have 4 people. Main nominee or link nominee, scientist from outside, and socially our member. So who has to monitor the experimentation, whether it's the responsibility of only the member establishment or the CCSA side? So as we go through the slides, I think so we will know, so what responsibility, who shares. Okay. I think it's not moving. Oh, okay. So first, I think whatever the few slides, what I'm going to show you now is actually the infrastructure, because the infrastructure is the one which determines your upkeeping of the animals and conducting of the studies. So this is actually the responsibility of the establishment, basically to create a good infrastructure as per the guidelines of CCSEA. And also the nominees or the CCSEA representatives should see whether these guidelines are properly implemented, these infrastructures or not. I'll quickly go through that because all of you are aware of all these kind of things. So one is the location of the animal facility. So whether suitability and disaster plan, because we have seen some facilities are not up to the standard sometimes, but still they are conducting experimentation. So we have to please, when you are going to the facility, please make sure the disaster plan and the suitability of the facility also. So as CCSA has animal facility has 5 important constraints. Well, first one is the physical plant. So where the animals are housed, and the environment where the animals are be kept inside, and animal care personnel and the SOP. So I will go one by one very quickly. So I think this, you are all aware of these physical facilities like corridor, animal room, doors, walls, floors, ceilings, everything. So how it should be, and if it is not as per the standards, what is the adverse effect it's going to have on the animals also, you are aware, I think. And also the utilities. So nowadays most modern facilities will not have any electrical fixture inside, but still, so some facilities, old facilities, they do have electrical fixture inside. So sometimes it may lead to short circuits if it is not proper. So when the nominee goes for the facility, they should give importance to each and every. So I think if you go to the CCSA website, so there is a format for inspection format. If you download that format, you will know what are all the things we have to see in the animal facility, whether it's properly implemented or not. So you please download that and then critically go through one by one. Then you will come to know that what you have to see, what you should not see. So next, storage area. So actually there should be separate storage area for feed, bedding material, equipment, and waste disposal. So because these activities should not be mixed actually. Again, facilities for sanitization. So there for autoclaving or even cage disposal or cage changing area. So everything should be separate because these are the potential contamination areas, what we call it as. So it may adversely affect the health of the animal also. And in experimental area, if you go to the experimental room, so the minimum infrastructure what is there in the animal room, like weighing balance or needle register, something like that. So whether it is there or not, please check that one. So some facilities actually also they shift from one room to other room. That's also acceptable if it is a non-GLP studies. If it is GLP studies, usually they don't shift one equipment from one room to other room basically. Again, the caging system. So most modern facilities nowadays, they have conventional, even now also they have conventional facility cages or housing system, and some facilities they have individually ventilated cages. So both are acceptable, but so you see the quality of the cages and how they are maintained, whether they have an SOP for maintaining all these things. Please check that one and make a report according to that. The next one is the environment. So this is very critical for the health of the animal. So I think all of you are aware. So we have micro environment and the macro environment. The condition inside the cage is micro environment and the inside the room is the macro environment. So these are very critical for the health of the animal and even the health of the staff also who are working there. So microenvironment maybe it's a primary enclosure, is a physical environment immediately surrounding the animal cage. and it should allow normal physiological and behavioral needs of the animal. So we are all aware of that one. And see here, if the in the microenvironment is basically determined by 4 important parameters. One is the density of animals. If number of animals are more in the cage, so then it produces high amount of ammonia. So because of the frequent activity, and also the bedding materials, and animals start fighting each other for the basic needs, and also the condition of the cage. So all these things you have to check when you go to the animal room, and also the establishment make sure these are in good condition, and there should not be any chance for the inspection team to notify all these deficiencies. So macro environment is also very critical, like the temperature, humidity, ventilation, lighting. But these things are very easily, as soon as you enter the animal facility, you will know that whether the facility is having proper lighting or whether aeration is correct. A lot of smell will start coming when you enter the animal facility because of the ammonia. So if there is no proper air changes, automatically you will come to know that so facility is not maintaining the ventilation properly. So then you have to make an observation, and then you have to tell them to rectify it as early as possible. And temperature is another important criteria. So I think scientifically it has been proved that a change in temperature 4 degrees can cause 10-fold alteration in biological responses. Suppose, so we have fixed the temperature 20 to 24. If it comes below 18 or if it goes above 28, so the feeding behavior of the animal will change. So either they eat more or they may eat less. So automatically body weight also changes for a period of time. So that's why it plays a very crucial role. You have to make sure the temperature is maintained within the stipulated range always, especially during experimentation, also during the breeding period. So these are some of the gadgets. So you can, both conventional and digital thermohygrometers are available. So you can use any of them. And lighting also is very critical. So usually we give 12 hours schedule for the animals. Sometimes we give 14 hours schedule also. So that depends upon the species sometimes and the area also. But 300 to 400 lux is the preferred lighting in the. So you can go and when we go for inspection, please make sure whether this is properly maintained in the animal room or not. Okay. This is for the well-being of animals and for good housekeeping and adequate inspection of animals. So this lighting is very important. Next, ventilation, this is also very important. Basically, they 100% fresh air. See, most facilities, they don't have the AHU system. So they use the conventional fan or the AC. So sometimes it's not acceptable because it will not be able to maintain the required temperature also, and sometimes the bad odor will not be exhausted out. So that's why you have to check, you have to ask so how the bad odor is removed from the room if you are using the air conditioner system. So acceptable level is only 25 ppm. So the establishment also make sure that 100% fresh air is given. These are as per the guidelines. So we have to make sure the guidelines are followed rigidly. And again, humidity is again between 30 to 70%. So if it goes up also, and if it comes down, so there will be allergen production is more because of the high activity of the animals. That's why we fix it at around 50% for a standard practice. So noise is also another important criteria. So we basically say that 50 decibels is the acceptable limit. So all these things you have, when you go to the animal facility, please make sure that they are recording it or not. So it is there in the guideline, but when the facility, whether they are really recording it or not is very important. So they should buy certain gadgets to record all these things, and then they have to show the result to you. Again, space recommendation, if you go to the CCSEA guidelines or the compendium, so there they have given guidelines for each and every species, what is the floor space. So some places we have seen more number of animals in cages. So that is not acceptable. And also, a housing chart is actually, it's always ideal for the facility, especially for the breeding facility. If you have that particular chart, so it's easy for you to assess the production capacity. Because we have seen some facilities, the approved production capacity is some X number, but they'll be having 2X number of animals. Mainly they house more number of animals in the cage and in the prescribed small area, basically to make more money out of it. So this is not acceptable because from the point of animal welfare, basically. because they have to fight among themselves for the food and the space. Please make sure, check the guidelines, so what is the floor space recommended for each species, and then you have to, and also a sheltered house for large animals, so we need to provide the sheltered area. It's a mandatory thing for monkeys and the dogs. You please check whether they have escape-proof run area in the large animal centers. So next one is animal care. So this is also very important. See, in some places we have seen, actually the guideline says a veterinary care should be provided to the animals at all the time. There is no mention of a permanent veterinarian. A full-time veterinarian is required. But even that full-time veterinarian also sometimes we have not seen in some facilities. They don't come and check the health of the animals. They maintain the record or treatment record, sick record. That thing is available. So please make the establishment should make sure they have to hire a full-time veterinarian and make sure the health of the animals and welfare of the animals are properly taken care, either during experimentation or before or after experimentation. And next one is the food also, the quality of the food and appropriate. Actually, sometimes we have seen if there is a facility run out of feed, so they feed the rat feed to rabbit. So that's not acceptable because the composition is totally different between the species. So you have to make sure the appropriate feed is given to the particular species only. And also you have to check the quality of the animals. If the keeping quality of the feed is not good, so there will be fungal contamination. So that's why the even feed room also should have a controlled environmental conditions. Otherwise, the chances of getting, because these kind of extruded pellet will not get the fungus attack so easily because moisture percentage is very less. Whereas in the regular pellet, so the contamination is very high depending upon the environmental conditions. So you have to make sure the keeping quality of the feed if you are storing for longer period. Again, so you have to check for the quality of the feed. So usually the supplier will give the feed report, but sometimes it's always a good practice to get it analyzed from the third party because sometimes it's very difficult to trust the certificate given by the vendor. So it's a good practice, that's it. So at least, anyhow, you have to have a feed analysis report in the facility. So basically, you have to check for the pesticides or the heavy metals, those kind of things, because it may adversely affect the health of the animal or even the experimental outcome also sometimes. And again, how we are going to keep the feed. So whether how we are stacking the feed also, it matters a lot. And what are all the things you are storing in the feed room. So if there are any chemicals, there may be chances of contamination is very high. So please, when you go for inspection, make sure that so these things are not mixed up and kept it separately. Again, the bedding material, so what kind of bedding material you are using. So see, most facilities have shifted now either to corn cob or the paper shreddings. But still some facilities still using paddy husk where the absorption capacity is very less. And the frequency of such bedding material change also you have to inquire because if it's not properly changed or routinely changed, animal will get discomfort and sometimes it may lead to some infection also. So please make sure the bedding material also. And the water again. So you have to check what kind of water they are giving, whether there is water logging in the cage. So those kind of things we have to check. And again, identification of the animals. So each cage should have proper cage card. So if it is an experimentation, so you have a different type of cage card. If it's a breeding, you have a different type of cage card. So there should be a cage card on each and every cage so that you will know the status of the animal, whether it is a male or female, what the number, how many numbers are there inside. Those kind of things will be there. Please make sure when you go for inspection, these kind of cage cards are there. And next is sanitation. So what kind of chemicals or the detergents they are using. So we have to make sure and whether they have any SOP. See, CCSEA guidelines suggest that you should have your own SOP. See, most facilities, they do not have SOP on their own. So if you have an SOP, usually they mention what are the detergents you are using, how often you are cleaning. All this information will be there and there will be a checklist also. But in the absence of these things, then sometimes it's very difficult for us to verify whether facilities using all this cleaning material are acceptable level and accepted chemicals. Again, emergency and weekend and holiday care. So this also we have seen some places, Saturday and Sunday, nobody visits the facility. So it's not acceptable because from the point of animal welfare, so there should be 365 days care should be given to the animals. So they have to feed the animal. If the animal is sick, it has to be taken properly. Proper care has to be taken for those kind of animals. So this also you have to check it. Again, waste disposal, because the environmental hazard is also another major issue for us. So how they are disposing all this biomedical, see, most of the facilities, they do have a tie-up with third-party bio-waste disposal agencies. But recently we have seen one facility also, they are disposing the biomedical waste in their farm itself. So that's when we ask the question, say that no, they are not infectious, they are from the breeding animals. So, but we asked, okay, if they are not infectious, you show the record. So they don't have the record to prove that they are not infectious. So that's why you have to make sure they are properly disposed of. So ideally, what they say that it has to be disposed through a proper agency. Again, pest control, I think you are aware, I'll shift it. And transportation of animal also. So you have to check what kind of cages they are using, what kind of vehicle they are using to ship the animal. If it is a breeder facility, you have to thoroughly check it. And if they, sometimes if they are procuring from outside also, how they are procuring it, whether they are maintaining the proper temperature conditions inside the vehicle, those kind of things you have to check it. Again, rehabilitation facilities is basically for the large animals. So we have to make sure they have proper rehabilitation facility, either of their own or whether they are giving it to some outside agency, AWB approved or CCSEA approved agencies. If they are giving, you have to check the records, how they are rehabilitating these experimented animals. So veterinary care, I have already discussed. So you actually have to check the health of the animal very frequent, every day, on daily basis. You have to do that. And again, you have to maintain the euthanasia records. Many records are there. I'll come to that later. And health monitoring is also there. Now, health monitoring of the personnel is mandatory now, whereas health monitoring of the animal is not mandatory as of now, actually. But still, all GLP certified facilities, RLAC certified facilities, they are doing health monitoring as per the FELASA guidelines. But many facilities, they are just relying upon the only veterinarian's physical observation. But most of the diseases in rodents are subclinical in nature. So just by looking at the animal, you will not be able to diagnose it. So that's why it's always a good practice. At least some of the important diseases, if you check the health of the animal, so then you can use those animals for the research. Otherwise, sometimes research outcome may be altered because of the unhealthy conditions. So next is the personnel. So probably I think so every facility should have a trained person, and either on-the-job training or they may send to other organizations. Now, a lot of trainings are happening in the country at different parts of the country. So you can send your person there for training, and you have to maintain the record, and you have to check those records whether people are properly trained or not. Again, check whether personnel are properly trained regarding zoonosis. This is also important because some of the diseases are transmitted from animals. So we have to make sure they are trained, they know what kind of diseases they get from the animals. So this kind of information, probably it's better you have an SOP for these kind of things and make them understand these adverse conditions. And next one is equipment and SOPs. So this is also important. So CCSEA always says that you should have your own SOP. But still, we have seen many facilities are not having any SOPs for the routine activities. So if not, at least when you go for the inspection next time, you at least make them to write some SOPs, minimum SOPs, how to handle the animal, how to clean the cage, basic activities. Please make sure. And these are some of the important records. I think if you go to CCSEA compendium, so it will suggest you to maintain these kind of records. So it's the responsibility of the establishment to maintain. And again, it's also the responsibility of nominees to go and verify it. See, most of the time we don't do that. So the verification, even the facility inspection also we don't do. Only once a year we are doing. But now I think the revised circular, I think is going to come soon. I think we have to do 2 inspections now onwards. Basically, both the meetings, when you go for 6 monthly meetings, so you have to do the inspection and check all these records whether they are in place or not. So these are the mandatory records. I think you are aware. So Form B, C, D, E. So it has to be maintained by the establishment and it has to be checked by the nominees. So for a better implementation, so nominees' role is very critical here. And in the forum, even though I think many people have not seen, I think nowadays people are not following also. So it says very clearly that at least 15 days before the meeting, nominees should receive forum Bs. So we have seen that this one is not being properly followed. Even just a day before the meeting also, they send the forum Bs and request the committee to clear it. So that's why please make sure whatever mentioned in the guidelines, you follow it properly. So I think you are aware what to see in the forum B, so I will not go into that. So basically, we have to give more importance to the 3R. If it is a large event, even 4R also, we have to check it. See, some of the important things what we have noticed in the recent inspection, the forum C has to be maintained by the breeder. And actually, we have seen some facilities are breeding animals for excess quantities than the approved capacity. This is the responsibility of the nominees to check. So they fail to check whether what is the housing capacity and what is the production they have done so far. So this actually, it's a serious concern. So nominees are responsible for this kind of thing, because sometimes the facility breeds in excess because of their some commitments. But nominees should make sure they are not breeding in excess. So again, check whether the facility has sufficient number of breeding pairs and cages, rooms to breed huge number of animals. Because we have seen animals breeding more than 100% than the approved capacity also. So which is not sometimes not a good thing. So please make sure and follow the CCA guidelines and the approved capacity, whatever, for that facility. And Forum D also, again, so it has to be maintained by the investigator. So we have not seen much observation. But here in Forum E, actually, so it's very clearly mentioned in the guideline, it has to be submitted to CCA office on quarterly basis. Many facilities are not submitting these Forum E, basically the breeders. They are not submitting this to the CCC office. And also, date and IAC number of the protocol should be obtained before issuing the animal. So this is also not being followed. So it is the responsibility of the nominee to make sure whenever the facility issues any animal to the outside agent, organization or the establishment, please check whether date and IAC number against which the animals were issued are there or not. So this is also another serious lapse from a nominee side, because they are not verifying it properly. Again, large animal issue record also, so this has to be submitted to CC office every year. So some facilities we have seen, they are not submitting these records also. So for all effective implementation, so chairman has some responsibility. So he has to make sure everything, like this is there already in the guideline, conduct at least 2 meetings in a year and should hold the IAC meeting only if minimum quorum is present, 6 members. Now even recently also CCSEA issued guidelines, no online meeting. So in spite of that, some organizations are conducting online meeting. 1 or 2 people they are allowing to attend meeting online. So it is the responsibility of the chairman not to allow such kind of activity. Again, the presence of main nominee and invite all nominees IAC for the meeting at least 15 days in advance. So this is also important responsibility of the chairman. So they have to make sure all are invited. And if there is main nominee is now unable to attend, then he can invite the link nominee for the meeting. Again, if there is a continuous absence of CCSA nominees, any one of them, so they have to bring it to the notice of CCSA. This is also not being done. So they are not reporting. Again, formulate an SOP for its working requirements. And so this again and again, CCSA says that you have to have your own SOP. I think this issue was raised many times because the number of projects to be reviewed in every meeting. So some people say 20, some people say 40. But the CCSA said it is a responsibility of the facility to develop their own SOP and evaluate the Forum Bs on their own. Again, member secretary also has some responsibility actually. So he should organize the meetings and maintain the records. And proposal should be sent at least 15 days in advance. It is his responsibility. And again, prepare the minutes and upload within 15 days after the meeting is over. So this also, so we are sometimes we are seeing lacunas. So I request all the facilities at least to look into these lacunas wherever it is there. Go through the guidelines again and amendments also, and please follow the guidelines Again, veterinarian responsibility also, these are some of the important responsibilities like the health of the animals checking on daily basis. And again, serious adverse effect during experimentation and you have to report it. Again, anesthesia and analgesia and euthanasia guidelines has to be followed properly. And maintain all these records. And so in addition to that, so in the guidelines, there are some important things are there, follow-up procedures. This also sometimes we are not following properly. One is reports of research protocols or project completion report should be submitted for consideration of IAEC of the establishment at prescribed intervals for review. So for example, if the project is for 2 years or 3 years, so they'll ask you to submit the project report at the end of the year for further continuation. So this has to be followed. And again, final report should be submitted to IAEC of the establishment at the end of the study. And all serious adverse events and the interventions undertaken should be intimated to IAEC. And again, protocol deviation, if any, should be informed with adequate justification to the IAEC, and also in case of large animal, it should be intimated to CCSEA also. So these sometimes, nominees are not properly advising the establishment to follow up all these things. Again, research procedure, the procedural deviations in the research protocol shall be treated as a fresh research protocol by CCSEA. It is there, but in spite of that, people start asking questions to CCSEA whether it should be a fresh protocol or whether it is an extension or thing. So it's very clearly written in the guideline. So if there is a procedural deviation, it's a fresh protocol. Again, any new information related to the study should be communicated to IAEC. And again, premature termination should be intimated to IAEC. And change of investigators or site should be informed, and it has to be approved. So these are some of the important things. It's there in the guideline. Please make sure these are properly advised to the facility and implemented also there. Again, record keeping and archiving. So here it says CV of all members should be, including training, should be maintained, and copies of all the study protocols, and again minutes of the meeting, and maintain a copy of all correspondence should be maintained in the facility. Again, maintain the project completion report and a record of breeding and animals. This already I have mentioned there in the previous thing. And maintain record of import of animals and record of all contact research if conducted at the institute, and record of rehabilitation of large animals. And all documents should be archived for a period of prescribed in the SOP. So that means responsibility is yours. So most of the GLP facilities, they maintain for 9 years. And if it is non-GLP, it's only 4 or 5 years. But you have to mention in the SOP how many years you are going to keep it. At least it should be written for a reasonable time, so that if any reconstruction has to happen subsequently, you have to show the records to the regulatory agency. So in addition to that, nominees also have some responsibility to advise, even though it's the responsibility of the establishment to follow the guidelines. So sometimes they overlook all these guidelines, and it's the responsibility of the nominee to advise, like submit the Form E to Office CCA every quarterly. And this one, I think many facilities are not doing this one. CCTV footage, every 15 days you have to take and you have to prepare a record, and it has to be signed by the nominee and also by the chairman. So these many facilities are not doing. They have CCTVs installed, but they are not taking the record and keeping it in the file. And again, provide information of all animals supplied to the IAC during meetings. That also they are not intimating. And nominee should assess the housing capacity periodically and report to CCSEA. This is a very important thing. And also in addition to that, so I missed it here, all the honorarium or the sitting fees has to be transferred only through the online mode. So we are not supposed to give cash. So nominees should tell this to the facility also, because they should not take the cash and then go. So, these are some of the important things. So in nutshell, both the nominees and also establishment have the equal responsibility in implementing the guidelines, whatever the CCSEA has. So I'll stop at this. So if you have any questions. Otherwise we can. So, okay. Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Agreed, agreed. So we are revising the guidelines. Probably, I think in another 3-4 months, it will be posted on the website. At that time, you can also give your suggestion. So this is a banned drug, I know. So because these guidelines were promulgated long back, so at that time, pentobarbital was available. So I think probably we'll revise that one. Yeah. So that's why you should have your own SOP, whether it's 5 years, all GLP facilities, they maintain for 9 years. So at least you should maintain 3 to 5 years. That's, because most government records are for 5 years, I think the minimum they maintain, I think, so you have to maintain. Okay. Yeah. Now, Form B he is asking. B. Yeah, no, not Form D. Yeah. No. Form B is a facility record.
Sir, Ramachandra sir, this is Arishankar here.
Yeah.
Right side, sir.
Sorry.
Regarding the CCTV footage,
Yes, sir.
we have to give them the recording of the footage
No.
or any report concern.
No, it's only a paper-based record you have to maintain. The nominee and the chairman should see the CCTV. If there are no adverse effect or adverse events happen.
There were no untoward incidences happened.
So you have to just certify it and sign it. And
On
keep it.
paper only.
Yeah, it is there in the CCSEA circular.
Yeah. One of the nominee fought with us. He wanted to see the video recording
No.
of the entire footage.
No, it is basically the chairman and the nominee has to sit together and see that, and they have to prepare the record.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, one more question, sir. Sir, project completion report format is not there in the. So everybody is following their different format of project completion report after completion of the ISA protocol, right? So if it is possible, can you give us broad format so everybody can follow, because everybody follow different format.
Yeah, I think we may have to consider in the revised
Thank
guidelines.
you, sir. That's what the common.
Sure.
Thank you.
Ramchandra sir.
Yeah.
This side. Dr. Nandakumar from Naipur, Hyderabad. Actually, what happened, most of establishment taking approval protocols due to some drug non-availability and other some reasons, they are unable to complete their protocols. So in annual inspection, we can do the completed protocol list in the meeting, IAC meeting, and approved protocol list. So it is easy to us to give approval again.
That means project not
Means,
started.
most of establishment due to drug non-availability, they are unable to do complete their protocols.
That means a extension you want, correct?
So, and if yearly some of establishment not completed approved protocol numbers, so only taking care of.
So basically, so if it is within the prescribed duration, 1 year duration, if it's completed, matter is closed. If it is not closed, you have to bring it to the notice of IAEC why it is not closed. And if you want a further extension, you have to take it to the
So
IAEC.
in upcoming, anyhow, you're saying yearly 2 inspection is there. So in inspection only, if you mention this completed protocol list and approved protocol list, so it is easy to us to evaluate the facility.
I got confused.
So actually in annual inspection, sir, if we
also saying that this many of protocols we have approved main committee, and you have to follow that protocol. What is the fate of the protocol? So then, if you find any kind of wrongdoing, then you can intimate to us that these protocols, this many of protocols has been approved, and institute has performed this many numbers. So these things now, last 4 months back, we have started.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, yes, madam.
Hello, sir. I'm Dr. Aparna Dikshit from ACBR Delhi University. Since I'm from academic institute, so we have a problem like we have dissertation students who do work on animals, not independently with PhD students. But there is no guidelines for the personnel because Form B, it says thesis/dissertation. But who all can do the dissertation? UGC have their own guideline that BSc and MSc students cannot perform, but no guidelines for dissertation. So, and IAC and CCSE is above a departmental committee. So is there a guideline for the personnel?
No, that is only for the title of the, but for conduct of the...
Animal handling.
Yeah, animal handling, you have to have a training program. So without training, you are not supposed to handle the animal. You have to undergo training. Either senior has to, first has to undergo training and then he has to train the juniors. So without...
Yes, sir, but there is no guidelines as such that who all after training are eligible for
No, that's why there is a column in the Form B, no? So how many years of handling of animals or experimentation, there's a separate column. So you have to mention. So if it is 0, then a nominee certainly has to take a note of that. So he should not allow experiment to happen with the people who are not trained at all. So there is a column.
Sir, MSc students will not be trained. It's the PI and the PhD students will be trained. So they'll be handling. No experimentation, no surgery for students. But can they handle animals? There's no guidelines for it.
No, sir, they cannot.
Correct.
May I add something, ma'am?
Yeah, please, please.
Actually, regarding the academic institutions where we are conducting studies based on the curriculum, if some experiments are mentioned in the curriculum, then you should allow them. It's very clear. CCSEA is there to regulate the experimentation, not to define where to conduct the experimentation. If in any academic curriculum, suppose in MD pharmacology it is there, then you should allow them. And if it is not there in the curriculum, you should not allow them.
Dr.
That's
Vivek,
it. Thank you.
Vivek, what she's asking is whether they can handle the animal.
No, they cannot handle.
They cannot handle.
No.
That's what I'm telling.
It is, UGC has come up with the guidelines.
Huh.
Yes.
You cannot handle.
You cannot handle.
Yeah.
And some requirement should be there why they want to handle the animals. There is no play.
No, there are
question.
subjective.
If I am wrong, please correct me. I think you are a postgraduate student, right? So when you are going for research, you have to get training as per the guidelines. It's a part of capacity building. So if you want to avoid training, then you cannot carry out your experimentation properly. Train them. Train them. Capacity building.
Yeah.
For the entire
You
country.
Train them and
But
keep the
see,
record.
we are going to create a new generation, next generation, okay? Leave apart the guidelines. Try to understand the point. Leave apart the guidelines. Guidelines छोड़ दीजिए.
Yeah,
If we want to create a strong human
Later
resource
we can discuss about that.
and those who can handle animal, and please, we are having the guidelines. There is nothing wrong in training them so that उनका capacity तो बढ़ेगा. Then how can they go and do research in future after PG or after PhD? Please kindly understand, this is not a hurdle for you. Somebody, yes, I was also asking the question. But provided the institute have a proper mechanism to give training, please ensure this thing. There should be a veterinarian and there should be a training given to the respective people, those already got the training. And that's why very often we used to emphasize, strictly follow the provisions doesn't mean that guidelines they have made, but how can it be followed? It's not so. If you want to create a strong human resource, Viksit Bharat 2047 we are talking. And simply we are asking, please, I mean, my understanding is you want to exclude that training की जरूरत नहीं है, ऐसा allow करें. Yes, it is already there.
Sir, we have madam.
Yeah.
Just can I add you?
Hello.
We have a institutional training program that anybody who wish to train and work on animal, including handling, have to competently trained before they go for the regular, whatever, including your dissertation. So somebody who says, no, tomorrow I just want to see, tomorrow I just want to inject, tomorrow I want to photograph, no. They have to be completely trained, and this is not for sake of this is sake of science. Because if somebody is handling animal, injecting animal, if they cannot hold it properly, you are definitely going to inject in a very improper way, which is neither good for science nor good for the animal welfare.
Hello. If at all you require any training, please kindly write to us.
Yeah.
No,
We are-
many
we are
institutes
going
are
to
conducting
make-
training all over India.
Sir, I have
Many
a-
institutes
That's
on
what.
monthly basis.
Yes.
Sir, we have an interactive session at the end, so we will discuss some of them because we are running
Sir, I
late.
just have a follow-up question to sir. Thank you so much for clarifying on the training aspect, which is very much needed. I totally agree with you, sir. So what about the approval for the animals which are going to be used for training? So how does it go? Because normally it is not, we need to have a Form B approved for that. So does institutional animal ethics committees do provide us the permission to use the animals dedicated?
yes.
See,
Yes.
This is
Yes.
this is the
Yes.
thing which I practically face.
It is there.
It is there.
You
It
have
is
to
there.
take the approval of the program.
Yes.
And
Because, see what happened.
It is there.
I just wanted to clarify.
It is there. It is there. Please be seated.
See,
The
you have
point
to take-
is, 5-10 minutes presentation, most of the points sir has raised in a very, very polite and humble way. Right. As a chairman, I say, please strictly follow it. Then there is no question, such question arises, because when we go to follow it strictly, you will go deep into it. Each and everything we will read. Each and every column we will read. Then we will come to know, yes, there is a provision. But it is, taken for granted. चलते रहेगा भाई ऐसा भरने के क्या ऐसे रहने दो जब इंस्पेक्शन टीम जाते हैं नेक्स्ट एक दिन के पहले जाकर पूरा भरते हैं आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द प्रैक्टिकल थिंग्स आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट इम्प्रैक्टिकल प्रैक्टिकली आप कर सकते हैं रोज एवरी डे इफ यू आर गोइंग टू फिल इफ यू गिव टाइम 10 minutes you can fill the form. If I am wrong, please kindly, if you have any difficulties, please kindly let us know. And the next day morning it will take only 5 minutes what the record has been created or not. And that will be good for your institutions. Record keeping is very, very essential. Whatever you do, for example, breeding. And if you want to sell the animal, they are selling animals also. They are going to sell the animal. Obviously, the buyer will come and see what kind of record we are maintaining. It is a really good thing. So that, even I ask, why are you making so many registers? But they are telling it's not, appears to be some 7 or 8. But it's a very simple information. It's not a complex information. If anybody wants to make us simplify the procedure, so many records I can't keep, make it simplify, please come with solutions. You make your own tabular column, show it to us. We will put before committee and we will see, is it possible to maintain such single record which could cover everything? That also I was talking here. But practically it will be a little bit difficult because breeding record is completely different. Maintaining other records also, different columns are there. It will be a little bit difficult. If somebody wants to do exercise, you can please do. Even after making one register, and you are going to fill the form, even after making one register, if you don't fill the form, it's really very difficult. I understand. The idea is whether we are interested to fill the form or not. If we are interested to fill the form, 1 register or 8 register doesn't matter. Definitely we are going to fill the form. Fill the registers. Right? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ramchandra, for the elaborate lecture. Thanks.
Yeah, may I request the chair and co-chair to share the concluding remarks and key takeaways from Dr. Ramachandra's lecture?
Thank you, Kripali. Dr. Ramchandra had elaborated on the regulatory compliances, especially for the nominees who inspect the animal facilities, the protocol Form B to records, and one of the important information, Form A, which is to be revised from the time to time. That part is one of the important, and of course the other details like the when we go, what are the points to be checked, and it is our duty to nominee's duty to inform and educate the establishment about what are the regulatory records to be maintained, and for example, Form C to be maintained, Form E to be submitted to the CCSEA on quarterly basis, and housing capacity and environmental conditions. So all important point from inspection point, and it is the sole responsibility of the nominees, because they are the year-end eyes of the CCSEA, who have nominated them on the IACs. And if they follow all these points mentioned by Dr. Ramchandra, and the report is to be submitted, there are sometimes the points wherein there is not the agreement with the establishment. Those points can be simply diverted and passed on to the CCSEA. CCSEA will take care of them. With this, I think I thank again Dr. Ramchandra, and this was, there may be a lot of queries, but we have the interaction session. We will discuss some of the important queries in that also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Ramachandra sir, for the very informative lecture which he has given, and that is very evident from the each of you who are ready to ask so many questions, and still everyone is interested to ask questions. So we will have, this session can be continued for us together, but because of lack of time, we have to stop somewhere. So in interactive session, as they will provide some time to you, that time you can interact with the members and CCSEA officials. Thank you so much, sir, for your informative lecture. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. I would request Dr. Muthukumar Sami, sir, Joint Secretary Animal Welfare, Chairman CCSEA, to present the memento to Dr. Ramachandra, sir, and to the chair and co-chair, Dr. Arvind Ningle, sir, and Dr. Asmita, ma'am. So you can give to the chair and co-chair. The chair and co-chair.
We now move to the second lecture of the day on balancing scientific objectives with ethical obligations in laboratory animal welfare. For the same, I would like to invite the chair for the session, Dr. R. Gopinath, IFS Member Secretary, J&K Pollution Control Committee, who is also a member of CCSEA, along with the co-chair for the session, Dr. Pradeep Patil, Scientist D, ICMR, NIV, Pune. I am obliged to welcome the speaker for the session, Dr. Ramesh Kamaraju, Associate Vice President, Livestock Division, Biological E Limited, Hyderabad. He is BVSc, MSc in Microbiology and MBA General Management. He holds 27 years of experience in areas of anti-sera manufacturing, equine farm management, lab animal breeding, and experimental animal facility management. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I am going to present on addressing constraints in laboratory animal welfare, balancing scientific objectives with ethical obligations. See, just to run through which everyone knows, in this next slide. Yeah, so just to give you an introduction, laboratory animals have contributed enormously in advance in medicine, surgery, vaccines, toxicology, pharmacology, neuroscience, as every one of us here know. And they contributed vastly to the development of vaccines, life-saving medicaments, like recently COVID-19 vaccine also, However, the use of animals in experimentation raises profound ethical, scientific, legal, and social concerns, as we were discussing from the morning. So the two main contrasting ideas here is to achieve reliable scientific outcomes and to balance them to ensure human treatment and welfare of animals used in research. These are the two contrasting, goals which have to be balanced. So balancing these two objectives is often challenging because scientific goals may sometimes conflict with ethical obligations, financial limitations, regulatory requirements, and practical realities. So CCSEA has played a major role in strengthening the welfare oversight and is still doing so. So, meaning of laboratory animal welfare. Laboratory animal welfare refers to physical and physiological well-being of animals used for scientific purposes. It includes proper housing and nutrition, freedom from unnecessary pain and distress, human handling and transportation, appropriate veterinary care, ethical experimental procedures, humane endpoints, and euthanasia. Animal welfare is guided by internationally recognized concepts of 5 freedoms, which are freedom from hunger and thirst, freedom from discomfort, freedom from pain, freedom to express their normal behavior, freedom from fear and distress. These principles are the ethical foundation on laboratory animal care and welfare. So why are the animals used in research and biomedical procedures? So despite the technological advances, we all know that the living organisms are highly complex. Not every model can... Thank you. So not every model can replicate the living system. Certain biological interactions cannot yet be completely replicated through cell cultures or computer simulations. So animal models are indispensable in several areas of biological sciences, like to find out and study disease mechanisms, drug efficacy and safety, toxicity studies, vaccine development, anti-zero production, surgical techniques, genetic and behavioral studies, among others. Coming to the ethical concerns in animal experimentation, the basic, the animal rights or the animal welfare people, the concern is animal possesses intrinsic value and should not be treated merely as research tools. As against that, research emphasizes the potential benefits to human and animal health. The ethics come into the play, the welfare comes into the play. Ethical decision making requires careful balancing of harmful versus benefit, and taking the decisions, taking these two together, balancing these two contrasting goals is what is animal ethical decision making in the scientific experimentation. So ethical concerns include pain and distress during the experimentation, long-term confinement, invasive procedures, genetic manipulation, physiological suffering, use of large number of animals, and euthanasia after experimentation. So we'll see how we can deal with them. So major constraints in laboratory animal welfare, this is the basic, goal of addressing the constraints. So constraints that complicate the balance between the scientific objectives and ethical responsibilities. So they can be divided into, financial constraints, scientific constraints, ethical constraints, regulatory constraints. We'll just run through one by one. See, first thing is scientific constraints, where we need, accuracy, experimental accuracy. Then there is a requirement of disease models. Then there is a genetic manipulation that might be a requirement of the experiment. Then that puts the animal to several phases of distress. For example, research often requires controlled environments and standardized animal models to obtain reproducible results. There we might have to, restrict the animal movement to get reproducible results. Naturally, isolation housing may reduce animal experimental variability at one end, but increases the stress. So we have to have a balance. Next, similarly, for requirement of disease models, we might have to, study intentionally. We have to induce disease or we have to induce injury. So, example, cancer induction, etc. Such procedures may cause suffering, but are considered necessary for understanding disease mechanisms. So next one is ethical constraints. That is the conflict between the human benefit and animal suffering. Researchers must justify whether this expected benefit outweighs the harm caused to the animals. Especially this is very difficult to justify when benefits are uncertain, experiments are repetitive, alternatives exist. So next comes the public opinion and social pressure in the ethical constraints. That is, society naturally and increasingly demands transparency, human treatment, reduction in animal testing. So public scrutiny influences research policies and funding. Coming to the financial constraints, high quality animal care is expensive, as all of you here know. Cost includes housing facilities, environmental control systems, veterinary services, trained personnel, enrichment material, compliance monitoring. Institutions with limited funding may struggle to maintain ideal welfare conditions. Then there are technological constraints. Alternative methods such as computer modeling, cell cultures, artificial intelligence simulations are improving, but still there is a long way to go. So thus, complete replacement of animal use remains a difficult task. Regulatory constraints, see, government and ethical committees impose naturally some strict regulations to protect the animals. But the impact on the research is, while necessary, these regulations increase research costs, delays experiments, and create administrative burdens. Next comes the educational and training constraints. Improper handling or inadequate training can lead to animal stress, experimental errors, increased mortality. Many institutes, especially smaller ones, they face shortage of skilled technicians, laboratory veterinarians, and welfare specialists. So continuous training is an essential goal. Coming to the, addressing these constraints, which I have elaborated in the previous couple of slides, so probably, the practical solutions which I have enumerated is to address the scientific constraints which I had elaborated, promote phased adoption of validative alternative systems, encourage parallel validation of in vitro assay along with animal models, strengthen translational research to reduce unnecessary repeat tests, then encourage collaborative research database to avoid duplication of experiments. Here at Biologically, actually, as far as the first point is concerned, adoption of validative test methods. In diphtheria vaccine testing, which uses quite a number of guinea pigs, now several companies have adopted in vitro testing by giving a 5-year validated studies. So things are progressing well in that direction, where the animal usage is getting reduced wherever possible. The next is, how can we address some of the ethical constraints? Shift from minimum compliance to a culture of care, a devotion to the animal welfare. Next, implement species-specific welfare and enrichment programs. Adopt risk-based rehabilitation policies rather than a uniform model. Promote independent veterinary oversight during high-impact procedures. Financial constraints, possible solutions might be allow scientifically justified reuse under strict monitoring, especially for large animals. Then promote cost sharing among facilities. Then establish government fund subsidies for welfare programs. Coming to the educational training constraints, I think a lot of effort has been put into this already. In the sense, mandatory periodic welfare certification programs, then structured competency-based training modules, simulation-based procedural training before the live animal work, then promote culture of care workshops across organizations, include welfare science in veterinary and life science curricula, then develop national continuing education program through CCSEA, then train staff in behavioral assessment and early distress recognition. And some solutions for regulatory constraints is move towards outcome-based rather than prescriptive regulation. That is a collaborative approach between the regulator and the industry. Then encourage periodic stakeholder consultations between the regulatory and industry. Then here I just wanted to put one slide on how CCSEA has really contributed over the years in having an overall impact of facilitating scientific advancement while safeguarding animal welfare and ethical responsibility. As from the morning, there were several thoughts on the role of CCSEA, like setting standards for animal housing, care, nutrition, and sanitation, then promoting ethical review of and scientific justification of experiments, then conducting inspections and compliance metrics, among others. There are so many, objectives and goals CPC has facilitated in getting a balance between the scientific experimentation and animal welfare and ethical welfare. Then I am basically associated with anti-sera production, so I just wanted to deliberate a little bit on the equines in plasma production with respect to the animal welfare and ethical considerations. So why welfare matters in the equines which are in the hyperimmune plasma production. So good welfare improves immune responsiveness and plasma quality, reduces stress-associated mortality and morbidity, supports regulatory credibility and export compliance, then improves public perception of equine-based biologicals. Then what are the key constraints faced by the industry? So mainly, it's a very high operational cost of maintaining large animal facilities. They require a lot of land and manpower requirements, not only for the productive animals, but also for the retired animals. And there is a requirement of lifelong rehabilitation. And there is a difficulty balancing commercial competitiveness with ethical obligations. So the challenges in the rehabilitation policy of the large animals, the equines, lifelong maintenance creates long-term financial liabilities. Escalating welfare costs may affect affordability of life-saving biologicals and global competitiveness. Uniform policy may not suit all categories of animals or facilities. Then need for scientific criteria for reuse, retirement, and humane endpoints. Need for practical and risk-based rehabilitation approaches rather than a blanket rehabilitation approach. So suggested balanced approaches as far as the equine rehabilitation is concerned. Structured reuse after adequate recovery and veterinary certification may be one of the solutions. Then risk-based framework wherein healthy animals monitored reuse or adoption or responsible free disposal to farmers might be thought of. Then moderately compromised animals can be rehabilitated in CCSEA approved farms or other sanctuaries. Continuous welfare audits and IAEC oversight is suggested. Then encourage outcome-based rather than one-size-fits-all welfare models. Then future direction. Animal welfare and industry viability should evolve together. Science-based welfare models improve both ethics and productivity. CCSEA can lead development of practical rehabilitation ecosystems. Balanced frameworks will support sustainable biological manufacturing. So I conclude by saying these words. India's biological sector depends on ethical and sustainable animal management. CCSEA has scientifically advanced welfare standards. Should be all thankful for that. Future progress requires practical rehabilitation pathways and shared responsibility. Collaboration and scientific flexibility are essential for long-term success. The principles of 3 Rs, replacement, reduction, and refinement, remain central to achieving humane and responsible research practices. So I end and conclude by saying, ultimately, ethical science is not an obstacle to progress. Rather, it strengthens the credibility, reliability, and humanity of scientific research. I end my presentation. Thank you. So probably we can have questions. Interactive session is there.
I think the floor is open for discussion. Any questions from the audience, please? If there are no questions, then we will move to the next presentation. I think we have been instructed to give the, comprehensive analysis at the end.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. So now moving on to our next lecture, which focuses on the translational relevance of in vitro and in silico platforms in the context of 3 Rs in experimental research. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Vijaypal Singh, who's the Chief Technical Officer, CSIR, Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, and Assistant Professor in Academic of Scientific and Innovative Research. He is a graduate in veterinary medicine, a postgraduate in dairy husbandry and milk processing, and a doctorate in biotechnology. He's the president of Laboratory Animal Science Association. Dr. Vijaypal Singh has more than 2 decades of experience in research and policy framing. He has played a pivotal role in conducting several international courses on laboratory animal science in India and abroad in advancing research on lab animal. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kirpali, for the nice introductions. And I request all of you, those who have gone to the sleeping mode, so please come back. We will have a nice discussion in the presentation. And before I start, I would like to thank our CCSEA team for helping us in a very big issue that we had in import of mice from abroad. So that issue is resolved now, as of now. Thank you very much. And especially the thanks to the Animal Husbandry Commissioner Office for helping us and issuing the required certificate. Sir, we have one long pending more problem that we are dealing with everywhere, but no resolution have come so far, that our animal transport by air have stopped. Hyderabad and Bangalore is the hub of animals, and we get animal from there by road, which is a big stress to animal. Animal dies off in between. We have tried through every layer, including CP grams and everywhere, and there the response have come from the CP gram that your problem is suggestive is nature, so we can't help much. We have tried with CSR DG, DBT secretary, everywhere. They have also written letter, but to no avail. So request from your office to write to DGCA that they should start the animal transport at least by Air India. So with these words, I would like to start my presentation. And with presentation, I would like to start with a positive note. Most of the time we think that laboratory animal, lab animal that is being used are not much of the relevance. But just to tell you that since morning we are discussing that we are world pharmacy in generic medicine. In Indian pharmaceutical industry is third in the world of production by volume. We are 14th position overall in terms of value. And in 2021, India was the largest producer of low-cost generic medicine. And in the terms of generic sector, global share of pharmaceutical sector is nearly 20%. And that lot is happening because we have a very good infrastructure of laboratory animal science. As far as vaccine production is concerned, we have done a lot good into vaccine mastery. We have exported vaccine to 95 countries, which is make in India and made in India. Vaccine as far as human and animal is concerned, 201 million doses into 100 countries across Southeast Asia, South America, Europe and Africa and Middle East was from the India. That happened because we very safely test these vaccine into animal models. And 70% of world vaccine, which is as per the WHO system, is originally and coming from India. Largest number of the US FDA approved facility which exists in India outside US, that is only in India. And we have many facilities, we are sitting here, who are US FDA approved. So growth of vaccine production in India is also critically important, not just for the benefit of Indian healthcare system, but for the world. Coming to the agrochemical, these are the three sectors where the animal testing is mostly happening. In agrochemical sector, we are 4th largest producer of agrochemical and 13th largest exporter of agrochemical to the world. And these all agrochemical potentially safety, risk assessment, and all a lot is done on the laboratory animal. And export have increased from US $3.4 billion to in financial year 2019-22 to US $3.6 billion in year 2020-21. So there is a registering growth of 6%. So with these mind, we could say that we are contributing to our visionary Prime Minister Viksit Bharat, which we are envisaging to achieve in 2047. In laboratory animal science as well as in other factor, India is a leader in OECD, GLP, preclinical as well as other sector. We are doing excellent. Coming to the contribution of lab animal into the research, these are very, very vague, means I can say broader, but penicillin, blood transfusion, tuberculosis, meningitis, kidney transplant, breast cancer, asthma, polio, insulin, and brain stimulation of Parkinson's disease have happened because the beautiful experiment have happened into the laboratory animal. Without this, this could have not been possible. Though there is a lot of criticism of the animal experiment, but there are a lot of success story. Me being a veterinarian, we see a success story far greater than the failure. And now coming to my topic of alternative after the success story, we have the ethical, political, and regulatory system which is pushing us towards the alternative that we should use more human science based on alternative. And we have high quality scientific as well as technical advance which have come in the form of Internet of Things, AI and ML. And these are basically replacing animal and using totally non-animal approach or new approach methodologies. we are totally reduce animal because few of the experiment we could directly do on the sample which are driven from the humans. Refinement, if we are using less animal, definitely the refinement procedure will be more. But now we can monitor the mouse for 24/7 and we can say what they like, what they dislike, and based on that one we can provide what is the really requirement of animal. Relevance, because we are doing the animal testing rather on animal to the something which is driven from the human, it is definitely making a more sense and more relevant. Cost is reduced, reproducibility will be increased if we are doing some of the relevant sample driven from the human and testing on them. And rapidity means when we are doing animal experiment, the outcome is usually very prolonged. But if we are using alternative method, the rapidity is more. Of course, responsibility comes with the ethics of the science for better future and outcome in new alternative method, but not at the expense of human safety. Remember here, the first target for us is whether we use alternatives or human, that safety of human and efficacy of the medicine should not be reduced, because ultimately what we are doing for human safety and human treatment. Now, looking to different system, which we have the model system like in silico model and in vitro model, in vivo model, alternative model, and these model. But the limitation is like if you have simulation based on the computer, you can screen thousands of compounds. And if you have the in vitro model, you can screen 100 of the compounds. But sometimes we miss the very big picture, which is reflected on the animal models. And if we are using animal as a model system to discover our new drug or to see our efficacy, the limitation is time as well as the resource. We cannot do much, but we are using in comparison to the in silico model 1,000, then we can only use in vivo model only 1. There are number of alternative methods which are approved. Some of the methods are listed here, and I cannot list all of them, but I want to say the few methods like LD50, which people keep on repeating on their protocol, is no longer possible. There is a OECD guideline available for the alternative. LD50 is no. But I am sitting in many ethics committee and we continuously see these things keeps on coming because we are not updated, as said by Dr. Ramachandra sir. So it is a good idea that those things which are approved by OECD, no need of animal testing, you can do this one on alternative. And since they are well accepted by regulator, international regulator like OECD, we need not to worry about the validity of the data. Because this data, even if you submit to the regulator, will be acceptable. Like skin absorption, I will say cover only a few. In vitro skin absorption assay, there is a OECD test guideline available, which is 428. And when I say OECD test guideline, they clearly tell you everything. What is to be done, what is your test item, what is the environmental condition, what is the condition of your test system. And this should not be basically done onto animal model. There are skin irritation and skin corrosion, in vitro phototoxicity, skin sensitization. These are all I have enlisted, which are basically acceptable by regulator, hence we need not to do it. For genetic toxicology, there are a number of tests and which are very good as better than even animal model, like in vitro mammalian chromosome aberration, in vitro mammalian cell gene mutation test, in vitro mammalian cell microneus test, and also reconstructed human cornea like epithelium, which are basically accepted, and the data is beautiful and also very sharp, very clear, binary like yes and no. There is no confusion as like in some time we have had into animal model. Ecotoxicology, they are not really replacement, but there are model systems which are not having high sentience, but lower sentience, like fresh water algae and cyanobacterium, daphnia, fish, earthworm, terrestrial plant, honeybees, and lamina. There are many models which are available and which are accepted by regulator as an alternative for testing ecotoxicology. Remember, I'm mentioning ecotoxicology. When I say eco, means eco only. You cannot do it for something other than this, not for the discovery. Need of the hour, again, I would like to draw the kind attention of Dr. Muthu Kumar Swami. Sir, we don't have a center. Suppose I develop an alternative today. where I will go and who will say this center, this alternative is acceptable to the world. It is good, I request CCSEA to have some center that I have some data, I have some model system which I have established in India. I want to go to the world. This should be done by regulator and should be acceptable to the world. Like in FSSAI, if you have a model system, if you have something which you can test as adult and test, FSSAI can say, okay, go ahead, this is good enough, and this will be approved. Sir, we don't have this system, hence our alternative research don't have a kind of a system where we can approach that this is the system which is available. I request if you can have such kind of a alternative, and these are the activity usually taken by, we have an international center for validation of alternative method, we have European center, we have Japanese center, we have Korean center, and India for it is not there. We request we have to have a center so that we can replace some of the data. Now, this was about the regulation. Coming to the alternative in academics, when we go and see the protocol in academics in your ethics committee, what journal I cannot do in humans, so I will do in mouse. A mouse, because I need a complete system, so I use a mouse. Mouse is easy to handle, so I use a mouse. No. This is not acceptable. If I being in a committee, we need a scientific answer. Suppose here I have shown, you want to see a system, Clostridium botulinum toxin you want to test, and you want to see how many alternative available which you can use it. You have to go to the database, and this database is easily available, free, PubMed. But there is a strategy, how do you find out what you need? And strategy is that if you write Clostridium botulinum, what is the result? 5,802. You cannot read. But if you have the right strategy, with the right Boolean terms and with the right key terms, how many results came? 5. Out of 5, you can easily find out, yes, this is useful for me, and this is. Most of the point we want round, good English, but not scientific content which is required. There is a clear question into the Form B which is asking why you use animal. And this should be the answer, that I have gone to the PubMed, I have used these Boolean terms, I have used these key terms, and with these, then my result comes, and with these result I can do or I cannot do. This can be either. But then we know that you have done a homework. So this alternative is basically how do you find the real alternative. Again, in silico, there are a lot of work which is done, quantitative structure activity relationship. We have recently published a paper in Nature Chemical Biology where we can see and feed the structure of the compound and can tell the structure of the compound whether it is going to be carcinogen or not. For that, we got this LAC 3R award also into the US. Artificial intelligence uncovers carcinogenic human metabolite. So if you have a structure, if you have a compound, don't want to go for animal testing, approach us and we can test for us. We have a system available. So like this, there are variety of system available and they are very good, especially for food safety, hazard identification and safety assessment. You have a chemical, put in software, it is showing carcinogen. Why you want to waste time and resource going to the animal experiments? There is no requirement. So these things are now available and softwares are available, publications are available which are from India. We have new approach methodology, read across, point of departure and weight of evidence which are very much characterized and available in India. Point of departure is, suppose I am taking 1 beer of whiskey today, 1 glass of wine of beer, it is good for me. If start taking 2 or 3, may have some toxic sign. That is called as point of departure where the adverse system started to show. That in technical we call as no observed adverse effect level or otherwise low observed adverse effect. So by this evidence we can define clearly say low to NOAEL and we can say okay this is the dose, we should not go beyond this one and this is very important for risk assessment. Reduction in our context, I want to emphasize here reduction. If you are a CCSEA nominee, don't go and say since you have written 8 and I have to reduce, I want to reduce to 6. No. Please, reduction is not the literal meaning of reduction. Reduction here is a scientific reduction. Reduction is by power analysis, reduction by choosing the right animal model. I have done this training program and doing this program. Generally it is happen, oh, you have written 8, so reduce to 6. No, that's not reduction. Now here, there is a lot of work is happening onto Ayurveda, herbal or plant compound. But do you really need to do it? I have evidence on upper this side that is showing analgesic action of nardo study jatamansi through GABA, and this is done in what? Mice. What was it for? Anxiety. This is already done and published in Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia. Why you want to do it? So this is a new thing. We have published a paper and it is about to come. Something which is in written already in Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia. Something which is already written in FSSR, Food Safety Standard Authority Regulation. Please don't do it again. Many people say, I want to see the mechanism of action. FSSI is not asking mechanism of action. Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia is also not mechanism of action. But if your dose is changed, if your indication is changed, something else is changed, do it. But not with the same indication, same dose, and same route. This is very much happening a lot. Wherever I do, we do it. Because in this Jatamansi, the lower one is the screenshot of Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia, upper one is the screenshot of a publication. So something is written in authority book. Why you are doing it? So if you want to do something on Ayurveda or herbal or plant, please go and search Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia. There are 11 volumes free of cost available. If you want to do on food, there is a food safety standard regulation. Go and search. If in food safety standard regulation it is written ashwagandha 4 gram per day XYZ, it is written means it is written, it is already proved. You don't have to do it again. So this is the few example we have taken and published a review on this one. This is again the regulation from CDSCO which says if Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani given in 158B as referred as in 3A, do you need, if ingredients as per text, if indication as per text, do you require safety study? This is regulation I am reading, not required. But why we are doing, I don't know. Then again, publicity literature, yes, required. Proof of effectiveness, not required. So no need to say whether it is safe and effective, it is already there into Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani drug regulation, which is there in the new drug and clinical trial. Earlier it was a drug and cosmetic act. This is very much, we are doing a lot left and right, and we are always finding positive result. Whatever you give, animal will be anti-hypertensive or anti-diabetic, we are always finding that is not a good idea. Even if you are doing something on Ayurveda, herbal and this one, there is a separate guideline. And these guidelines are called as CCRS guideline. Please follow. Don't follow blindly the same drug and cosmetic act guideline, because for Ayurveda there are separate guidelines. They are very clearly written what is required, when is required, is it required or not required. This is another issue. Sometimes people say, I am publishing this for long time. Can I do it? No. It is the ethics committee privilege which says that if it is relevant, because sometimes your literature can be very confusing. Here the paper both are from PNAS, which is very reputed journal, one in 2013, one is in 2015. One says mouse model poorly mimic, others say mouse model greatly mimic. So whom you trust? So here, when you are in sitting ethics committee, if you are publishing in whatever journal, it is the ethics committee privilege and propose and CCC nominee have to be informed enough to take an informed decision based on science rather than anything other application that you can have. Coming to the refinement. Refinement means we have another problem that we feel whatever is good for animal. So here there is a lady and we laughing, and horse is also laughing looking to the beautiful lady. Do you think horse is laughing because looking to the beautiful woman? Who is understanding whom? Horse is happy or lady is happy? Any idea? Lady is happy. Both are happy. But they are both happy independently. Okay? There is no concern. This posture, veterinarian all understand, and they say flayman's posture. And this has nothing to do with the woman. And woman must be happy because she is standing with it. Our problem is something is good for us is also good for animal. No. हमने एयर कंडीशन दे दिया, खाना दे दिया, ये दे दिया, क्या करें? नहीं. Animal have a very specific requirement. Every species requirement, guinea pig requirement is totally different from mouse, and mouse requirement is totally different from poultry. Poultry requirement is totally different from pig. If you don't know the behavior and you keep on saying that what I like, animal likes, no, that's not a good idea. So this should not be applied, which is very much applied a lot in our laboratory animal science when you go, because we believe only in scientific evidence. And what is this scientific evidence? Significantly higher level of fecal corticosteroid concentration observed in female rabbit housed in small cage with nothing covering in a wire cage. This is what we do a lot. We have a rabbit which is housed in wire cage, very small in size. The corticosteroid, which is an indicator for suffering. This is example, the proof that they are not normal. And that is very much found if you are housing them in small cages. You have a animal which can choose, which understand pain. So those chickens, here is the example, the rats and chickens self-administered pain relieving drugs. So if they are in pain, you give one drug which is normal drug, another drug with the analgesic. So animal which are in pain like a rat or a chicken which having this knee pain or keel bone problem, they will choose one which is with the analgesic. So they are very smart. Okay? And these experiments are proven beyond doubt. You can read Denbury 2000, where the chickens were only choosing those feed which are having capropain analgesic. It means they were suffering. Now coming to the refinement, first things that we can do, provide opportunity for mouse and rabbit to hide because they are prey animal. Prey animals means they cannot express the pain as like we express. I will be in pain, I will shout, I will cry. Mouse, they will not cry. Their expression is totally different. We have to understand them because they are prey animal. And because if they think that they will express, they will be eaten. And who is the predator for them? For mouse. Who is the predator for a mouse in animal facility? We are the predator. Okay? So every time you go and inject them, and you are not friendly to them, you are putting animal stress. If you go and become friendly with them, they know you by smell, and they will like you, they will not be stressed. But if you are going and only putting injection, and next time you will go, they know that you have come by ultrasonic sound and by smell, and they will be stressed because they are prey animal. So it is good idea, you provide them something to hide, and also when you handle them, please handle them in the way that causes less stress. It is like you handle the rat by the mice by the pooch and a sing by the mooch. Okay? Sing go in North India, if you are a sing and you have mooch, that is very prestigious to them. You cannot touch them. Okay? Same way for mouse, it is a pooch. But every time, hum pooch hi pakadte hain uska. So now this is published in public nature that you have to handle by cupping or by tunneling method. But that will only happen when you spend time then and when you train them. If you not train them, you learn from some other, because they don't know that animal what they likes, an animal what they are. Because this is laboratory animal science is highly specialized area. In India, we are growing. In the world, it is already there. In the US or everywhere you go, there are office of the IAAEC. Office of the IAAEC, proper 24/7 people are there. Why do we do enrichment? Because it is proven beyond doubt that keeping rat in a barren environment compared to enriched one led to the few brain neuron synapses and dendritic branches resulting in impaired learning and memory. Even their learning and memory is affected. Even there, if you are doing vaccine experiment, your B cell improved survival in animal in enriched environment. Survival is increased if the environment is increased. If it is not, enrichment is not given, the survival is decreased. So you overestimate your effect size. That is not there, but you're overestimating because the enrichment is not being provided. Another one, action 4, the provide mice with 8 to 10 grams of appropriate nesting material, each one to allow them to control their own macro. Remember, we have nothing throughout the night. We have only bed. We have no bedding inside and nothing etc. to cover. What will happen? So mice also like that. Sometimes they like a hot, sometimes they like a cold. If you provide them some enrichment like tissue paper, they will go out, go in. They have something to do and they will be very happy. If animal is happy, your research outcome is happy. Remember, you are making animal happy not because of you want to make, but because of our science. Science is for us. Science is coming to us. Now, are these things happening? We have a conference, seminar, we attend and go back. But we have published a systematic review and find out those publications which are coming from India, do we have the quality reporting like sample size, randomization, blinding? Not at all. We just report age, sex, weight, and etc. But now, as per reporting protocol, you have to report in such a way that next person who comes for doing experiment, he can do experiment without calling you. It has to be written crystal clear, and quality parameter like sample size calculation, how many animal per group, this is another gray area. How many animal per group? 6 animal per. How do you know 6 animal? I want to get statistically significant. No. You have to calculate proper sample size. Our CCSEA guideline clearly says 95% level of confidence. They don't say reduce the number of animal, because ultimate purpose is scientific validity rather than reducing number of animal. So this is the protocol, this is the publication we have done. It is a good idea now that we have a guideline which is more critical about sample size calculation, randomization, blinding, whether it is been done or not, so that reporting can happen. At last, I would like to say that we are hopeful. I am a vet. I have been bitten by a cat. I have been bitten by a rat. I have been kicked by a cow. I once fell face first into dung. I have once first touched a lion sedated. I have once touched a hyena, also sedated. Sometime I like what I do. Sometime I love it. Sometime I am indifferent. But most of the time I believe I will change the world someday. And with these words, I'm coming to the next slide. Thank you very much for the CCSEA for organizing this. Special thanks go to Dr. Muthu Kumar Sami ji. And I'm very super happy. I don't know him personally, but I was very happy to note that he's a veterinarian and he's taking a special care about animal welfare. Sir, welcome. And we have a lot to do common together, being as an association also. Dr. S.K. Datta ji, who is always available on phone. I hope, because my hairs are getting white, I have seen the CCSA before also, where we used to do everything physical, and now everything is happening online. And the two basically workhorse, Kirpali Pandey and Vivek Tyagi. Vivek Tyagi and Kirpali Pandey are so prompt. If you call them, they don't say, we are busy. They say, open CCA protocol now. Where is the problem? I will get it resolved now. So this is the new CCSEA. I'm not मैं आपकी चापलूसी नहीं कर रहा हूँ, but मैं ये बता रहा हूँ कि दोनों बंदे, because we know them from long time, they don't say कि हमारा busy है. They take every person online. Suppose WhatsApp, sir, I'm unable to upload the report. They will call the website developer, whosoever, on the other line, and they resolve the matter then and there. So very good for us and very good for animal welfare. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words and sharing so much of knowledge. Sir, I would request the chair and the co-chair to share the concluding remarks and key takeaways from both the lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Kripalini. And I'm going to summarize the second speaker's, presentation. So, what I understand, addressing the constraints in lab animal welfare, he has quoted many constraints, scientific, financial, ethical, educational training, and regulatory. What I've seen in the first presentation, our chairman CCA tried to address the educational training concern. The question was mooted whether we need to touch or not to touch. So basic concern is we are not trained properly to do the animal experimentation. I am a vet. I've been trained in the school, college, then after I did my PhD in IIT. So we don't have much idea about how to approach, how to handle the animal. But to my knowledge, for the past 20 years I have seen or witnessed the CCA. I have put a lot of tremendous effort through the researchers are sitting in front of you, like the institutions, whether it's a government or private. They have consolidated many protocols, guidelines to the, not only it remains in the textbook, they translated in the ground reality of adapting and practicing. I can say few institutes in Delhi where I was nominated as the Institutional Animal Health Committee, be it AIMS Delhi, JNU, or even IJB where Vijaypal Saab was there. So they try to inculcate all those values, whatever they learned, whatever they adopted from the Western side or whatever the best practices they adopted, they try to teach and preach to all the people who are practicing. So one thing I want to emphasize by this lecture, the constraints are there that we need to address properly if you have open mind to adopt it. Forget about the technicalities, what are in the guidelines. What our chairman said, if you have interest in the public, end of the day, the human welfare is the matter. It's not about the lab animal. So if everyone try to address, I'm just quoting this because that was the point that we discussed a lot. So what I understand now, the focus is towards integrating the ethical oversight directly into the study design. It's not that the animal welfare is treated as an essential component of the scientific rigor. It is no more or rather than a secondary variable that we talked about till now. So the importance of training and the continuous training, that also emphasizes. I am keep on emphasizing this training part because that is the most, because the finances today you are getting, you are not getting to, you will be getting tomorrow. Based on the good training, you are capable of writing proposal, you will get it. So that the first and foremost thing that the training is important for the data integrity and the valid data. And now the last CCA meeting where we touched upon the trustee-based regulatory framework that mooted by the Niti Aayog. Now there is a possibility of the reduction in the complaints burden by every institution. We are getting into a lot of regulations. We try to reduce those regulations by putting a trustee-based. That means self-certification model. No need to go and inspect and test and verify. So what I'm trying to talk about now, we are witnessing in every field. I am from the Pollution Control Board. Now we are giving permissions within a month. Previously there was a year. So similarly, that's things going to happen. But why I'm emphasizing this, we have been practicing this lab animal research. When you compare with the West, they are doing very much advanced, but we are not. Because I have seen the college, I have seen some good government institutions where good budget was there. There's a good pharma company. There is a differential in the way in which they practice. So because this is a trustee-based model, we should not compromise the major scientific rigor. Because we only try to plug, that day we were discussing, we try to plug the loopholes in the systems and process. You try to expedite, not compromising the day-to-day important observations or day-to-day important scientific rigor in our process. As we, one speaker mentioned about the replacement, because it reminds me whether artificial intelligence will replace the human. So similar concept will going to apply in the same field also. So with this, I think these are the major discussions. I am, passing on to my next co-chair to brief on the next speakers.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Gopinath, sir. So both the lectures were very, very interesting. Actually, if I want to say, they were the North Pole and South Pole, if you consider the animals in the center. So at one place, the Ramesh sir, he was saying that there are a lot of constraints in the animal welfare and how we should get rid of it. Actually, if you think in the original problem, what is the problem? So in US, almost more than 50% of the research, animal research is not reproducible. So they are saying that much money is lost. And the reason they are claiming is the quality of animal, whether it is the purchased animal or in live phase, when in the study, the quality of animal is not maintained. So for that, they say the solution is welfare of the animal. And then here the presentation is there. What are the different constraints? How we can address them? Maybe that will solve that problem of reproducibility. And coming back to the latest lecture, that is the Vijaypal Sir Singh has given, I think we have to give very difficult topic to Vijaypal Sir Singh because he has so dynamic energy that he should be given a very difficult topic to make it very easy understanding. The idea, the way of presentation, what he has made, I think that is a very important thing. Motivation, what he has given, that we have to take pride and the reason why we are doing research and how it is impacting the growth of India. So same concept we have to implement at the animal facility level, where our staff and our colleagues, they have to be told about these things, and maybe that will get them understand the vision and the mission of animal facility, and it will help us to reach the common goal. So thank you very much.
So we are now open for questions from both the lectures. Or else we'll be having an interactive session after this, so we can club the questions there also. So I'd like to call upon the stage Dr. S.K. Datta sir, Member Secretary CCSEA, to give the mementos to the speaker and the chair and co-chair. I'd like to call upon Dr. Ramesh Kamaraju sir and Dr. Vijay Pal Singh sir. I'd like to request sir to give the memento to our chair and co-chair, Dr. R. Gopinath sir, Member CCSEA, and Dr. Pradeep Bhatu Patil sir, Member CCSEA. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now we move on to one of the most significant sessions for the day. As the Minister sir has guided us to work over the advices for the way forward, we now begin the interactive session focusing on translating policy into practice and addressing existing gaps in animal research and welfare. For the same, I would like to request the members of CCSEA, Secretary CCSEA, along with Member Secretary CCSEA to be on the dais. Participants are encouraged to share insights, raise queries, and offer constructive suggestions. Thank you.
Hello. So far, we have discussed a lot about how to bring a balancing act between laboratory animal research and its welfare. So certain things which I would like to seek from your opinion. as far as delegation of certain powers, which is kept right now with CCSEA to Institutional Animal Ethics Committee. Before giving suggestions throughout the presentation, the post-lunch session, certain areas I come to know that still we need to have lot of strengthening exercise at the institutional level. So in this context, if your suggestion is should address both how we can do together delegation as well as strengthening of the existing institutional mechanism. The questions as well as your suggestions are welcome right now. Any other members would like to convey what kind of
Good evening to all of you. There were so many questions when Dr. Ramachandra sir has taken the session. There were so many questions when Dr. Ramachandra sir had taken the session. So I think you can continue with that because all of you face so many problems at institution level during the IAEC meeting. So it will be better so that all the members are here and they can satisfy your queries. Yeah, please.
When the dissertation students start presenting, the externals have this complaint that you're not allowed to handle animals, even though they're trained. Because I understand you mentioned about training, and it is our open-mindedness. So we thought, can there be a rule or guidelines, like a person is coming for 4 months, say for 1 month, they're trained, and then they are doing their experiments. So they're not doing surgery independently, they're not doing experiment independently. It is always with a PhD student who has an ethics clearance with the PI. But there is no guideline as such, so we have to answer them that, yeah, they're trained, they're doing it fine, but since there is no guidelines for dissertation, if you see the Form B, it's written thesis/dissertation. But who are the students who can do dissertation, and how long do they need to have the training period to actually handle animals? That is not clear. So that was my concern. Training they're given. So that is it.
Okay, in my opinion, so it's very difficult for us to stipulate the timeline. Basically, if the trainer is satisfied that the person can handle and conduct the experimentation, that's fair enough. Otherwise, even if you give 1 month training, if he's not attentive, and how do you certify him that he is competent enough? So basically, most of the organization now, what they're conducting, basically 1 week training program. So probably I think the minimum should be 1 week, in my opinion. Yeah. But it has to be certified, it should be recorded, and yes.
Yes, very true. And another thing, it depends upon what type of work actually they are doing. Sometimes 2 days may be sufficient. Sometimes 1 month also is not sufficient. So it all depends upon the type of the work. So PI must certify whether the student has been sufficient for his work or not. He has been trained or not.
Good evening, Dr. Praveen here.
This one, answer. See, my suggestion would be our members would explore and identify the right training institutes. And suggestion, please explore and study it. We will, in the forthcoming meeting, we will discuss. And if possible, we will list out in our website. And see, it is not a minimum 7 days or 10 days. You should understand, the student should understand, if he is getting a proper training, that is going to useful for his or her career. And that thing they have to understand. At the same time, all the institutions, whether it is educational or research purpose, they should develop, all the institute I urge, they should develop giving training, proper training. It's not that simple training, proper training in their own institute itself. And I hope if they are going to give, and we are going to make a master trainer, and you can create a master trainers in each and every institute. If the master trainers are available in the institute, as you suggested, we can make a simple sort of guidelines, what is the qualification, how the master trainers can be identified. Rather than going for getting a formal degree of master in, or diploma courses. Simply they will 6 months training in so-and-so institute. They will be the master trainers of that particular institute. And these master trainers will be authorized to give training to your own institute. We can explore such mechanism, and in forthcoming days, it's really good, because at the end of the day, what is the quality of human resource, what we are having in India? For example, Dr. Vijay has said that we are exporting the animals, lab animals, and we are exporting our dairy products, meat, kara beef, right, dairy products, cheese. Why not India should become a hub to export the laboratory animals? It should become a hub for quality. What the doctor said is a quality is very, very important. Unless or otherwise we improve ourselves, qualified researcher, if we don't have, we cannot produce a quality lab animals. Not only in India, we can become a supplier to the entire world. We have the potential to do it. And our vision should be like that. Rather than to finish that course 1 week or 10 days course, then that student will clear his PG and PhD, then he will get a paper and go out. And everybody will be having PG or a PhD paper. And honestly, I'm saying I got a post-graduation and I got a post-graduation degree also. I don't strongly believe that I have done a good research, because the Indian condition, the research, of course, 99% of our research work is going to be failure one. Only 1% is going to be successful one. And this success relies upon various factors. But one among the factors I can tell you, handling of the animals. If you are going to focus, minimize the or triple R के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. It's not that simply reduction of the numbers. How to reduction, उसका जो concept समझना चाहिए, और handling of the animals समझना चाहिए. Then we will become the export hub of laboratory animals. That is this kind of vision, the team will work, and we can have as you suggested, we can have some sort of guidelines. Thank you.
I would like to add on the same question, and about the training, the member secretary or the in charges of the animal facilities or the custodian, when the Form B are submitted, we list the authorized personnel. And generally we say that the person who is like student or trainees, they are trained. No matter they have submitted some certificate, but the ideal situation is the member secretary or the in charge has to see the competency of the trainee or the student. And if not, then orientation program, and then see the competency, and then we can induct in the Form B, so that the person is authorized to conduct the experiment. That should be the strategy.
Sir, good evening, sir. As we all...
Just 1 minute, I'll take. That actually reminded me several times. I was just thinking about this particular question which you have asked. When I went to US, I was a teacher here in LCLAS. We were organizing 3 months training program. And English is also my student only, so he was undergoing training program. What happens is, when we go to universities, University of Washington, when I went there, they were asking me to undergo 1 week training program, because if you want to go as a postdoc, they have a set programs university decided to have for each of those postdocs should have undergo that particular training program. So you need to, institution has to design for a dissertation, this is the program. And in which species they are going to have it, that particular species, they are supposed to undergo training program before starting of that particular project, research work. This is my submission.
Good evening, sir. I have a question with regard to the novelty. Continuing with the Dr. Vijaypal's presentation, where he has given an example where an Ayurvedic plant already approved by the herbal pharmacopoeia does not undergo regulatory toxicology studies or other experimentation to prove its efficacy or its safety. In that context, as a nominee of the IASC, I come across a lot of research proposals which are repetition. Many times many times it is a requirement of a satisfaction of a dissertation. In that context, it becomes very unethical of us to approve such protocols. I would like to not only raise the concern, I would like to also suggest, is there is a method where we can ask the PH to submit a checklist on the novelty so that we can have an additional control and reduce the repetition of experiments which are really unnecessary. This is my little concern as a nominee. Thank you.
Hello. Again, I want to discuss practically what is going on in the research. I may be wrong. For example, one research work has made a failure. Okay. Then again, they approach some other place and they want to redo it. And both the publication is contradictory. You have made a slide in PubMed. How is it possible? Because the system allows. That's why Doctor has specifically mentioned, if you go to PubMed and you see already research has been done, then put a full stop. It's my personal experience I'm telling you. My personal experience. Please don't do it. If you have already the work has been done, not to be done again, please don't do it. It's a wastage of our energy, wastage of our resources, everything. And to some extent, it enters into our malpractice of certain things. And wrongly you are going to stamp, it has some good effect. I don't know whether it can happen or not. It is likely to happen. Please keep it in your mind. My observation, it is likely to happen. Particularly the Ayurvedic formula, which there is a separate guidelines involved. You can strictly follow that guidelines. And there is no dilemma. There is no dilemma in it. Please keep it in your mind. If you feel that as a member secretary of the committee, no, it cannot be done, need not to be done, please reject it. Other members' opinion may differ. I can hand over my mic to Mr. Ramachandran.
Yeah, here one issue is actually most of the herbal products what we test actually are not published in the index journal. So that is the main reason. So nominees will not be able to check whether this has been published elsewhere or not. Even if you have a checklist, so on what basis you do that, investigator will say that it has not been done anywhere else. So yeah. That's why now recently started, but many of the products are not published in any index journal. So that's major concern actually. That's why, so CCSEA has planned to establish a database so that whoever does these kind of, at least will be able to identify. Yeah. So probably I think that database certainly will able to answer your question, I think, for a period of time.
Recently, in the continuation to your question, there is a library by CSIR, Ramachandar sir, TKDL, Traditional Knowledge Digital Library. So I am working with them, and these 11 pharmacopoeia which are published by Ayurveda is available online, as well as you can just Google search. Same is like food. Food Safety Standard Authority, we have a regulation for nutraceutical, novel food or whatever. If that is published there, then I'm saying it is published, why you are reinventing the wheel? That is my concern, sir. And we published paper, and with the TKDL soon, Ramachandar sir, I announced in last one, but I could not do it because my paper is not yet published. It is going up and down. As soon as the paper will be accepted and published, we will do with the TKDL. It is already been done, nearly.
That sort of database certainly will help for nominees.
The larger understanding, as you know, everyone, it's always gray area. There is no black and white in research. Please keep it in your mind.
Thank you, sir. This side from Dr. Nand Kumar. Thank you for organizing this conference. Muthu Kumar sir, S.K. Datta sir, Vivek Tyagi sir, Krupal ma'am. So my question regarding to our inspection form format. So most of establishment, what we observe, only meeting time they are appointed as a veterinarian, temporary purpose. Full-time veterinarian is not allowed. In future, in inspection form, just one amendment, full-time veterinarian available or not in place of veterinary care. First point, sir. In annual inspection form, format is there.
See, you know very well the number of veterinarians available in India is very low compared to the number of animals. There is always resource crunch is there. I mean, many of the veterinarians are here, they know.
Sir,
and this budget, specifically, Honorable Finance Minister announced, creation of 20,000 vets, para-vets. And we are going to bring a new schemes also. This is not much relevant to this one. But my reply to this question is, as of now, the number of veterinarians exclusively appointing for that particular work will be very, very challenging.
But in
very challenging.
As per our norms, sir, in
And
animal
in our department also, I am asking for a deputation. Nobody is ready to come for a deputation.
Yes, correct.
So availability of the human resources also, resource persons also very, very important. When you make a rules, I mean, when you are going to enforce certain things, before that, what will be the pros and cons we have to analyze. It will be very easy to write in order. Yes, mandatory veterinary rakhiye. But is it possible? How many IAC is there? I think now it is around 1722.
Okay, sir. Okay,
1722 full-fledged veterinarians you require. I can tell you, in Tamil Nadu, the total veterinarians posted in the government is 3,000. If you go to UP, it will be lesser than that, what I understand.
Okay, sir.
So the number of veterinary colleges are very less. The number of doctors produced also, veterinary doctors produced are very less. Moreover, if at all you produce the doctors, and they will not go for this kind of job because there is a limited scope for their development. They may opt for going for simple practice and they make money. Practically I am talking. Otherwise they open a pet industry, they go. Otherwise they will do research, they earn money, or business enterprises. There are so many avenues available for veterinarians. But it is a very small area, lab animal area is very, very small. And entering into that area, those who are really interested, and the percentage of interested veterinarians are very, very less. So making an order is very simple, but implementation will be difficult.
Okay, sir. Okay. Second point, sir, related to those are working in animal house facility. Recently, rabies cases is increases. So from our CCSEA side, if we say yearly or within 6 months or mandatory to those are working in animal house facility worker with order of CCSEA vaccination regarding to anti-rabies first. So this is my point. And
it's good suggestion. And this
health monitor is there, but sir, mandatory is not there. So if it is mandatory, so we'll save the lives of those are working in animal house facility.
Oh, health checkup is mandatory, not how it cannot be mandatory. If it is a part of the health checkup point, it is mandatory.
Checklist may sir, but if
it's meant mandatory. These animal house workers need to have their health checkup by the institutions.
Sir,
it's a common biosecurity norms, commons norm. If any institutions are not following, they are doing wrong.
But if we visited the establishment, but they are not following the vaccination to the staff.
Okay, this anti-rabies, that will take care separately. Practice is wrong. This, if any institutions are not doing their health checkup of their own workforce, that they are doing wrong.
Okay.
And suppose as a
you have raised a very well, important, pertinent point, and I would like to convey the message. See, the animal, if you are the health is not well, those who are working in that place, obviously the chances of getting infection to the animals also so high, and vice versa. Right? So obviously it is mandatory. It's not optional. They have to undergo. If they don't undergo, then obviously repercussion will be there. See, Regulatory framework, I am telling you, this body is, for example, I asked, what is the punishment? If they violate the norm, what is the punishment? Tell me. 50 rupees. अरे ठीक है यार, violate करो, 50 रुपये दो. I mean, this is not the way. It is not the way. It is not good for the entire country. And if certain things the government wants to streamline, CCSEA want to streamline, considering all the points, all the welfare measures, and the institution के लिए भी, it should be good for the institution as well as for the country. The entire ecosystem, we have to create the entire ecosystem. And the message is very clear. He has raised a particular point. I urge all the institutes, please kindly follow the health inspection, health checkup, everything, so that outcome will be the best one.
Just wanted to add one important point here. Recently, CCSEA has issued one letter, means order for the animal house facilities. Before every IC meeting, one inspection to be conducted. And if any nominee has observed any non-compliance in the animal house facility, you should stop the experimentation. Suppose you have observed somewhere that somebody is not compliant and they are not going for the regular health monitoring, you can ask them to go ahead for this. Otherwise, we may not recommend your proposals.
See, the point is, ensure it. It's not that cancellation. Ensure it. Yes. You just ask them to do it. Then only tell them that I will give report, unless other health checkup. How many days will it take? Within 1 day, 24 hours, they can do all the health checkup, they can put up report, that's all. I give you 24 hours time or 48 hours time, please get it done, give the report, I will send, that's all. This is possible, no? At least we can give. See, the idea is not to shut down, idea is to compliance. That is very, very important. We have to act in a very smart and wise way so that our objective will be fulfilled. At the same time, the business model will be successful.
So regarding health checkup, so one of the major issue for this government institution, the government institution have many animal facility, many people are temporary employees. You can see them, they are not a permanent employee. A permanent employee, they have covered under all the CGHS norm. They can regular checkup, all kind of vaccination program, and hepatitis B, virus titer, everything we are doing now. But when we are coming to this, we are asking similar kind of examination for chest X-ray, rabies vaccination, but the casual staff, they are not permitting. But in my case, I am telling them we record mandatory as per the guideline. We are getting special approval from the director and we are doing our hospitals. But in many institutions, many government institutions, they are unable to practice because of the casual staff. They have no such a regulation to do similar kind of health checkup.
No, doctor, I mentally strongly object this kind of practice. See, that should be followed applicable to all the staff, whether they are temporary or permanent. Whether even the attender, even the very, very casual laborers, those who are occasionally also coming over there, it's better. At the end of the day, welfare of our staff is also important. Yeah? The social responsibility they should have. It's not that only for lab. What kind of world we are living? They are working for us. If we are going to pay some 2,000 rupees or 3,000 rupees, they are going to go for any private hospital. Even government hospital also they are doing. Even government hospitals they are doing, no? Every year I used to submit a APAR, annual performance report, medical report. I was there in UP. Every time I go to government medical college, I used to do all the x-rays, everything, and they will, that's all. They are doing it. And even if you are going to talk to district administration or talk to chief medical officer, they will facilitate. Even most of the cases are free of cost. If at all they don't do, investing in your human resource is not going to waste. And definitely it will stop spreading various infections. It's mandatory. See, at the end of the day, business means only making money. It's not like that. Judicious, making money in a judicious way. Judicious way. So these things we have to comply, and I can save some 20,000 rupees. Later on, some infection spread to the lab. The entire lab will be shut down. I need not do anything. Automatically, the people will they will put the seal and they will, that's all. You want, you can go. Fine day, our team will come, they will check, and if there is an infection to the lab, finish it off. So please, we should have a wider and bigger ideas rather than a myopic view. I'm spending 25,000 rupees to staff. I can, I mean, it is an unnecessary expenditure. No, it is a necessary expenditure. I am not asking you to do health checkup for everyone, those who are working in the institution. No, that's up to you. And in many of the companies, private companies, in India and abroad, it's a part of their package. They are allowed to go for a annual medical checkup. In IT companies, they are giving annual medical checkup with the family, not only the person who is working, but also his wife, children, and dependent parents. So we have to, there is no such provision. Create the provision. If there is no rule, create a rule. That's all. Provision to create karna hai, but there is no other way.
The people who are working with the particular virus, they have to be vaccinated with that. Institutions' policy, actually. Many institutions do that. If I am working for Pasteur Institute,
not my problem, but as such way I told in my presentation, we used to have animal transport by air from Bangalore, Hyderabad, Delhi, Kolkata, and everywhere. One incident happened, and thereafter the animal transport stopped. Now every time we are taking by road, and sometime our animal are so immunocompromised, like nose skid and BSGW, to take them by road is a pain, and also very, very expensive. Animal dies. Sir, we tried very hard with whatever the power we have, and I am president of Laboratory Animal Scientists Association, and 2 ex-president, Dr. Ramachandra English sir is sitting here. I need your strong support that animals transport by Air India should start, sir.
We have already taken up. I have sent
Okay.
letter to
Thank you,
the Ministry of Civil Aviation.
ICMR people have got the permission.
And we are trying to get it. But problem, doctor, you understand, the reason some animal got infection, I don't know what happened earlier. And ultimately, it has a huge repercussion on the entire transport mechanism of the lab animals. So taken for granted, I said, it will be a bad precedent and it will affect our industry. Please think that industry, I was working in ease of doing business for more than 2 years. We have liberalized as much as possible, as Dr. Gobinath said. For example, pollution clearance. Within a month, MSME unit, if you apply in UP, 72 hours you will get permission. That complaints you give after 3 months. For industry, because when we are ready to give you, delegate the powers, but I want to understand whether you are capable to do these things or not. As of now, I understand even for simple spending on medical expenditure, you are reluctant. Now, how can we do it? It's really very horrible. It will become a horrible situation. Then the image of the entire country, I mean, the system, the ecosystem may likely to collapse. That I feel right now. So please kindly have a compliance report. More you do comply, more the scope we will delegate. The idea is strengthening you. It's not keeping all those approval here. No, not at all. Personally, I say no. But at the same time, if the present ecosystem is going to be collapsed, if we are going to delegate powers to you in the present scenario, what will happen? We don't allow such things happen also. So whatever we will try to understand, we are trying to understand how you are implementing the existing rules and regulation guidelines. Over the period of time, we will look at.
Sir, good evening, sir. Sir, this is a question regarding the online meetings.
good evening, sir. This is Dr. Ravi Krishnan. I represent CRO as a lab facility. We are certified for the OECD GLP, sir. We routinely do studies for the regulatory purpose, for the registration mandate, for a regulatory, not only for the Indian customers, even for the foreign customers, for the various product lines, not only limited for the pharma, includes agrochemical, industrial chemical, medical devices. Of course, cosmetics is in vitro. The question here is, we used to take approvals by submitting Form B through IAC for conducting studies on a small animal models. Majority of these studies which we conduct, 99%, is driven by the test guideline. And these test guidelines are all recognized by the OECD, ICH, WHO. Now the question is how best we can able to facilitate the process of approving this Form B, sir. Say for example, today I'll get an approval for 10 molecules IAC. Being a service center, every day the inquiry comes in, so therefore every day we sign the contract. And moreover, CCSEA recently said that all the meetings should be conducted physically. Now today, if I take approval for 10 molecules, within 2-3 days, another 4 or 5 molecules comes for the contract. And no client is willing to stay for a long time in terms of timeline. So how best we can able to facilitate the process of getting this clearance, sir? And majority of these studies are driven by the test guidelines. And the endpoint investigation has been fully covered in the test guidelines. Even if I want to increase or decrease the animal also not possible because it is dictated in the test guideline. So I want to seek your advice, sir, how best we can able to facilitate the process of clearance. Thank you.
So first of all, I would like to understand the question clearly. So physical presence is mandatory. You are having some problem in that one. Am I right?
No, sir. What I'm trying to say, today if I take approval, 10 protocols, and within 2-3 days, again, I have to sign a contract with the different clients. So I have to wait for a second cycle, third cycle of IAC meeting. Every day I cannot conduct IAC meeting. So my question here would be, if I'm conducting the study using a test guideline, approved test guideline, which is internationally accepted, say for example, OECD, 423, 425, or biocompatibility ISO, or ICH, or a WHO for the vaccine. Now the question is, it is already described in the guideline, the number of animals, what is the endpoint investigation that I need to do. So therefore, there is no change or influenced by the IAC or a CCSEA on this particular guideline. Because the number is already decided. The endpoint is decided.
No, if the certificate is given the particular date of visit, you can use that certificate if possible.
No.
Yeah, one second.
No, I never used that word.
Can I
Please.
Dr. Ravi Kumar?
Please.
You have your experience, how many animals, how many molecules you are receiving each year or each quarter. For example, like for one experiment we are sanctioning. Similar way, if you can say that for 10 molecules, you need these many animals. So you have to devise your SOP in such a way that this is mentioned in the SOP and the IAC, the current IAC has gone through the SOP and they have agreed it. So that is your SOP. Now next time you say, I am requesting approval for 15 molecules. For each molecule as per OECD or ICH, these are the animals requirement. And next time when the meeting is there, you say these many molecules were approved. For them, these many animals were approved. We have done these many molecules and these are the animals utilized. The nominees has to ascertain that the animals are either procured or your supply and utilization record Form C, and there should not be a problem. Problem is with the SOP, what you make. If that is not so clear, then the nominees also would be saying that no animal would be approved or no blanket permission will be given. And moreover, if you are crossing 40 proposals per year, then definitely they will ask for at least 4 meetings a year. So it is the SOP based, you have to make the SOP and then as per that you can go ahead.
So the number can be decided by the test facility, sir?
No, number cannot decided by the test facility. Test facility has to, first 2 things. OECD guidelines is different. If you follow the OECD guidelines, then you have to build your infrastructure as per the OECD guidelines.
Yes, sir.
And number of animal, whatever approval you are taken from the CCSEA for the animal house, that should be maintained.
Correct.
You should not exceed the number of animals what you are rearing in your animal facility.
Absolutely.
Then, sir has already told you, make a SOP for enter number of protocols you want to handle in a year, and number of animal is required as per OECD, as per your animal availability. So then you place all this requirement to your IAC and get it discussed and take approval from the IAC.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Have you found favorable solution?
Yes, yes.
Problem solved?
I have to attempt, sir, in the next meeting with the nominee, with the
No,
number of
my
molecules.
question is, could you find the way out to resolve your issues or not?
No, I need to decide the number of molecules in every 3 months once, and accordingly I take an approval.
Possibilities. You can explore that possibilities.
Yeah, I can.
Otherwise, you send a mail.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
We will discuss in the committee.
Sure.
What exactly the suggestion which we have offered to you.
Sure.
You have exercised, still your problem is persisting, you could not address the problem. Please write to us.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we will have one more question, last question for the session, if at all. Yeah.
Madam, this is Dr. Nirupal Reddy.
Yeah, sir, I am Dr. Jayesh Patel from Sun Pharma here. Just we get
Louder, please.
Louder, please.
You're not audible.
We get the protocol approved from CCSEA, but for small decision making, we are required to approach CCSEA, like importing animals, then transferring protocol from one protocol to another, reuse of protocols. So can this kind of decision be transferred to IAC?
Our team member is saying no.
Already it is being taken care of by IAC only.
Say this, for CCSEA is not involved in the import of animal, first thing. So we have done away with. We need not to take any approval from the CCSEA for import of animal.
Like
Second thing, no, IAC. No, this we have removed. They have to take the approval.
DGFT.
But initial approval, like later we have to get it issued from CCSEA.
IAC only.
No,
not from
IAC
CCSEA.
only. You have to take IAC.
Then reuse of animals.
Director General.
हमने निकाल दिया CCSE तक निकाल दिया हमारे पास था
It is not required, sir.
For
For
reuse
import of
required.
animals, you can take the permission of IAC only.
And madam, for reuse of animals?
Reuse of animals, if you are using it in another protocol, the protocol needs the approval.
Protocol.
Yeah, but not for
like
reusing the animals. Which animals are being used, that is to be seen by the IAC only, because you are submitting the report to them only. Nominees.
that we follow procedure.
Kripali. See, where have you found such kind of information? Have you tried and failed? Have you tried to apply or
in
train?
CCSEA guidelines?
No, I want to
That
understand.
every time you have to approach CCSEA for small decisions.
Where it is
Sir.
written? Have you read it? Have you experienced? Yes, I have a practical problem. Every time I am doing this. But our team member saying, no, it is not required. Have you done exercise? Have you made exercise earlier?
No, we want to just know the reason.
Okay.
I
You
think
have
he
not made any
not
exercise.
initiated
Do
yet.
one thing. Tomorrow you go and do the exercise.
Yes. He
If
has
you
not
find
yet
difficulties, please write to us.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Sir.
Still, I want to give clarification. If you go proper, do the exercise. Talk to Dr. Vivek.
We'll take the
Right,
last
Kripali also. And if you still find some problem, then you write. If you don't find problem also, please write back. Yes, I am clear, I have no issue.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll take
Sir.
the last question.
Sir, is there any exemption for 1 or 2 nominees in online meeting? Because the remaining all
No.
are presenting in
No, straight away, no.
Sir, all are presenting
Straight
in
away, no.
physical. 1 or 2 is
No, sir. No means no.
because everybody is present.
No means no. You would have seen in the movie also dialogue.
Okay, so thank you all the members, Chairman CCSEA, Member Secretary CCSEA.
Okay, last.
Just one quick clarification that we perform the PK study to evaluate the druggable property of a molecule. It's a very basic experiment and we wanted to use in we used a non-naive animal for the conduct of PK study. The guideline says that 3-month washout period is mandatory. However, the molecule is having a very short half-life. So is it possible to reduce the washout period?
We are going to revise. Yes, sir. That, yeah, that actually that is, it is written at up to 3 months, which is there for some compounds, but it is up to 3 months, but we are, nevertheless, we are going to revise it, sir.
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
we are
Thank
going
you.
to publish new guidelines, sir. Half-life, it is basically the half-life dependent upon that. Okay, so. It is up to maximum extent. Yeah, yeah. Yes, of course. So coming to the.
If I am rightly point out what Dr. Yeah,
Yes.
that is, in fact, it is a reduction of animal, not per se, but yes, if you judiciously use and apply provisions, then this is the actual, you can reduce the number of, this is called reduction. I hope you understand what I mean.
So we'll conclude the program. So as we come to the closure of this conference, I sincerely thank all our distinguished dignitaries, speakers, experts, delegates, and organizing team members for their valuable contribution and active participation. I thank you all for making this conference, making to this conference on such a small notice. Special thanks to all our respected members of CCSEA for coming and being part of the conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Heartfelt thanks to all the speakers who have come and shared their insights in the conference. Thank you all. And thank you all the participants for coming at the last moment and making this conference a success. We hope that together we all can make leaps and bounds of progress in the field of laboratory animal sciences and welfare, both nationally and internationally, working in unison and setting the tone of laboratory animal experimentation in the right direction. Last and not the least, I would like to extend thanks to our Chairman Sir and Member Secretary Sir for their overall support and guidance for making the event happen. Thank you all the staff of CCSEA, supporting staff of Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, and the staff of Animal Welfare Board of India for supporting the event. Thank you all. Thank you. So the tea will be now served outside the hall in foyer 1 and ground floor. So we appreciate your active participation and continued engagement. Thank you all once again and have a pleasant evening.
Minister CCSEA,